Virtual FIMMAC 2021. We're excited to have you with us today. We've got a lot in store for you. Not only do we have our webinars, but we also have areas for you to play games, win prizes, speak to exhibitors, and much more. Come on, let's see what we have in store. Welcome to the lobby, the main hub of the event. You can navigate to the different parts of the event here by using our navigational panel. These tabs help you move around easily, and these will be available throughout the event. Ready to watch the live stream? Just click on the conference hall. Feel free to interact with the speakers by asking questions, offering your commentary, and more. Ready to check out the exhibitors? Click here. Find out more about the exhibitors and their company details when you click here. If you want to speak to them, you can use the chat or video call feature. Want to know what sessions are coming up? Check out the agenda here. See a session you're interested in? Go ahead and add it to the My Schedule page and build your own personalized itinerary here. Don't worry about missing out. This page will display the sessions you'd like to attend, as well as scheduled meetings. Speaking of meetings, you can also set up meetings and network during the event. It's super easy on the platform. All you have to do is check out the list of participants and view who's open to networking and their interests. Schedule meetings with your peers and even swap business cards. You can even do this with exhibitors too. Receive something from an exhibitor or a contact? Go ahead and view all your documents in the My Briefcase tab. You can even export them to your device. Ready to win big? We've got several games and activities for you. Watch the Champions League and see the pros go head-to-head. Or if you've been watching the live streams, stay tuned to try your hand at the pop quizzes. Or if you're feeling lucky, try out our Lucky Draw quiz and stand a chance to win amazing prizes. If you need help, you can always click on the Help Desk tab. To keep up to date on the latest announcements happening at the event, do keep a lookout for the Announcement tab. And that's our walkthrough. Now you have to navigate the event. We hope you have a great time at FIMMAC 2021. We want to hear your voice. Don't forget to send in your responses to our survey. Your feedback makes the FIMMAC events a success. Head over to the survey tab and let us know your thoughts.
Good morning and welcome to FIMMAC or FIMM Annual Conference 2021. This is day 4 of the conference, but for the Investor Education Series, this is the second day that we shall explore items that will revolve around how to, first of all, improve your idea of understanding of investment and investing. And of course, second is trying to touch on how to be a little bit more safe and protected moving forward. In fact, if you think about it in broad or general terms, yesterday for the investment education series, we were talking more about investment planning, about why you should think about investing in the long term, and about what would be some of the strategies that you can think about when you choose an investment portfolio. Today, we shall talk about investor protection. The first panel that we'll have very shortly after this will be about knowing your rights as an investor. And of course, later on after the break, we'll be talking about scams. Short story here, my own mother has been scammed a few times and she's a retiree, and they know that, the easiest target group is either retirees or other vulnerable groups. So it's timely for us to learn about how to avoid being scammed. And of course, tomorrow we shall talk about the do's and don'ts, or what to look out for when investing. And of course, all this will be explained at length, or we'll discuss at length between the panelists, but we want to get people involved. We want to encourage you, the attendees, to ask your questions to us and use that Q&A option or button on your screen to toss your questions over to the moderator so that he can or she can ask the panelists. And of course, over the past few days, we've had a few winners from the pop quizzes and the Champions League quiz, and you stand a chance to win a few interesting prizes, including an iPad. And of course, these are the things that people actually stay on for. On the last day of the Industry Education Series, which is tomorrow, there is also a lucky draw, and 2 winners will win an iPad each. All right, so stay tuned for that. For now, we shall go on to the first panel discussion. We have a very strong panel this morning. Chan Aimee, the Chief Marketing and Distribution Officer of FIMM Asset Management. Also joining her is Puan Nur Aini Shaikh Awab, the CEO of Hong Leong Islamic Asset Management Berhad, Sinar Berhad, as well as Encik Jawahar Ali Amir Ali, Deputy General Manager, Consumer Investor Office. And they will be discussing at length on how to choose appropriate advisors who can meet your objective. Perhaps you can also seek out whatever information you need to make sound investment choices, and to look at professional code of conduct, ethical standards. And prior to starting this morning's event, I was listening to some of the panel discussion. They were like talking simple, easy little things like transferring money to somebody's own current account or savings account. That's a big no-no, right? But not many people are even aware that such a thing is a big no-no. So there's a lot of things, from really basic stuff all the way to a little bit more sophisticated things that you can learn. That would be some of the items that you can think about when you attend this panel that will start very shortly. Moderating this panel is none other than Kalyan Leong Rahan, the CEO of FIMM. Of course, there's a short video that will play after this, but enjoy the first panel for this morning.
Good morning, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today. Before I go into today's topic on knowing your rights as an investor, allow me to digress a little and thank everyone for participating in this year's FIMM Annual Convention event. I was thinking about the old normal, a time not so long ago where we could freely mingle. Our outfit of the day did not include wearing a face mask, and we can eat all we could at a buffet table, as well as not limit ourselves to just fist bumps, but actually shaking other people's hands. Sadly, I can't say that we can do that anytime soon, but what I can share is Surprisingly, despite this new normal, we actually have a remarkable turnout at this year's FIMMAC event. To date, more than 2,500 people have registered, and initially I thought Zoom fatigue and the full car parks at One Utama would have limited us to just 300 people. So thank you very much for being here. Also, credit to all of you for tuning in to share and learn about the developments in the unit trust and private retirement schemes industry. Special thanks to my wonderful moderators and panelists, as well as the MC, who has brought new depth and dimension to the discussion topics. Together, we have certainly given a new reason to gluing ourselves to a monitor screen for 3 hours daily, besides doing online shopping or playing Valorant. Thanks again for being part of this history in the making. And now back to the order of the day, which is today, we will be talking about investors' rights. Can I have the next slide, please? So if you look at this slide, I think what I need to clarify upfront is that this topic is about unit holders' rights. It's not about the unit holder is always right, as in a customer is always right, but rather, what are the rights of a unit holder? So if we look into these rights, you will see that I've dissected it into 4 main segments. Information access, performance, call for unit holders meeting, and the reset button. So the first step for any investor into the unit trust space is via a prospectus or a product highlight sheet. So when someone comes and approach an investor to buy unit trust, you will always be given a prospectus. But unfortunately, what research has shown is that when you get a prospectus, most of the time people do not read it, or the first questions they ask relate to how much am I going to earn? When am I going to earn that? What am I going to earn? So it's always about returns, you know. But rarely do people actually flip to page 38 or page 57 of a prospectus to find out what their rights actually are. Okay, and here is where today we are going to take that opportunity to do a bit of 101 and go back into the source documents itself, as in the prospectus, to understand it. So the first thing I wanted to highlight to your attention is on information access. In today's society, unfortunately, what we see on social media is always gospel. And what we read on Facebook or Twitter, or it's reshared many times, is taken as gospel. But the truth is, there's nothing more gospel than the prospectus, because the content of the prospectus is regulatory required. And whatever that is printed there would be something that the law requires you to have. So when you look at the prospectus, the first thing that you should take note of in terms of your rights would be access to information. And that access to information extends to the units you hold, the right to receive annual interim and fund reports, which will tell you how the fund is performing, what the fund has bought, and what's the unrealized or realized losses or gains within the fund. And lastly, it also gives you the opportunity to inspect the register of unit holders, which people rarely do. So this information access thing is very important because it keeps you updated on your investments, and it gives you that necessary check and balance to go and find out more about your investments in the event there's any area of dispute or dissatisfaction. The next thing in terms of your unit holders' rights, which is the most important thing I can think of, would be performance. When it comes to performance, obviously, you invest into something with this expectation of having a certain amount of returns. And by being a unit holder, you have the right to participate in any increase or decrease in the value of units, as well as other rights and privileges as per the deed. Say, for example, there are bonus units, there are unit splits, and so on. And of course, you will be entitled to receive an income distribution as well. The third thing that most of us don't usually exercise would be the opportunity to call for a unit holders meeting. Let's say, for example, you are not satisfied, and of course, this must be statistically and factually backed up, that the trustee or the manager needs to be removed based on reasons highlighted in the deed and prospectus. Then the unit holders themselves can call for a special resolution, attend it, and vote on it. Okay. And lastly, in terms of unit holders' right, the ultimate right that all unit holders have, especially first-time investor, is the right for cooling off period. I would like to think of this as a control alternate delete button, whereby you can actually press it and undo it within the 6 business days that you have invested into a unit trust fund. And in pop culture reference, you can think of this like what Doctor Strange did in Endgame, where he just goes back in time and undo things. So unlike any other investments that you have outside there, if you are a first-time investor into a unit trust scheme, you have that opportunity within 6 business days to decide otherwise, and get back whatever you have paid. So these are very important rights as a unit holder that you should be aware about. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so does it mean that if you now know your rights, you have gone into the right investment? My answer is not necessarily so. And later I'll get my panelists to also share more about this. So in a nutshell, knowing your investors' rights doesn't guarantee you the right investment. As I've seen in the past that issues such as greed or betrayal of trust may result in you buying the wrong investment. But what's important here is at least you know your rights so that you know how to unwind it or how to make sure that you still get the better out of your investment. Can I have the next slide, please? So what is right then? Okay, I think fortunately for me today, what is right is that I have the right people, the right panel to talk about today's topic. So can I have the next slide, please? So joining me today is 3 wonderful panelists, and I would dare call them friends because in my last 20 plus years in the industry, I have had that opportunity to deal with them in various capacities. And I feel that these 3 people are definitely the right people to share with you their Kesa Benas about upholding investors' rights. Let me give you a bit of introduction on our panel today. So cumulatively, they have got more than 70 years of industry knowledge, despite their youthful looks. I've also had the fortunate and unfortunate experiences of interacting with them in my present and past employments, where they have clearly showed me that they really understand the business as well as they do mean business. So in Puan Noraini, she is the Chief Executive Officer of Hong Leong Islamic Asset Management. Throughout her distinguished career, she has covered front, middle, and back office of a fund management company, which gives her that 360 degrees coverage on every aspect of the business. In Ms. Chan Ai Mei, she is the Chief Marketing and Distribution Officer of Affin Hwang Asset Management Berhad. I have had the honor of being her trustee before, and all I can say is that she has vast experience in marketing and promoting unit trust funds, and definitely has sold more unit trust funds than the number of players on Squid Game. So before this session started, I even double-checked that with her. And in her career, she has actually sold more than 600 over unit trust funds, Okay, so this gives her the right to share with you the Kesa Benas that has happened when selling, before selling, and even after selling a unit trust fund. And lastly, to save the best, not to say the best, to save the tulip among the roses today, we have got Mr. Jawahar. He is the Deputy General Manager in the Consumer and Investor Office at the Securities Commission Malaysia. We owe a big thanks to Jawahar and his team as they make the capital market a safer place for investors by addressing aggrieved investors' complaints. So if you think you have heard a lot of complaints or you have complained a lot in your life, you must hear from Jawahar. because this man knows everything there is to know about complaints. So now that I've introduced the team, I would like to start the ball rolling with the first question for discussion. But before that, I would also like to remind the audience and the panelists that we want to keep this session fluid and interactive. So please submit your questions via Slido, and I will do my best to have as many of them answered by the panel today. In the event we are unable to do so, you can drop us an email at info@fimm.com.my. I repeat, info@fimm.com.my, and we will attend to it expeditiously. So I'll start the ball rolling, and I'll post this question to the panel now. So from your experiences, do investors even bother to ask or check on their rights? If not, is it the duty of the consultant, the unit trust company, or the PRS provider to reiterate this? Maybe I'll start off with Ms. Aimee first to share with us her experience, whether investors do check on their rights. So over to you, Aimee.
Hi, thank you, Kalyon, and a very good morning to everyone. Yes, I think it is the duty of the consultant, unit trust and PRS consultants to reiterate the rights of investors. And if you look at the FIMM Code of Ethics, right, actually consultants are really bounded by a set of 5 core principles. And these principles includes honesty and integrity, professionalism, avoidance of conflict of interest, disclosure of information, and also observance of confidentiality. So disclosure of information is what was mentioned by Kalyon earlier on. I think, the rights of investors, they need to know that they can have access, okay, to all the reports, okay? And maybe I can also share screen over here just to share with you, like, for example, how do you extract certain reports from our website. For example, this is Afin Huang Asset Management's website, and I've just taken an example of a fund. So what you can do is you can go to documents, and you can see there's information memorandum, and sometimes there are additional supplemental information memorandum, or and product highlight sheet, fund fact sheets, and then sometimes they come in multilingual as well. You have annual reports, quarterly reports, and there are even brochures available for investors to access and to know what they are getting themselves into. So I think it's, all this information are there for investors to access. And then I think on top of that as well, for a unit trust management company, as a fund house, we also do callbacks as well. Sometimes, to clients that have just invested with us, just to reiterate and check whether a consultant has done their duty to, inform the investor about fees and charges that were charged to them when they invest, and also whether a prospectus of information memorandum or product highlight sheet was given to the client as well, and also whether this consultant is an authorized consultant as well. So I think, these are some of the things that are being practiced by us. Thank you, Kalyan.
Thank you, Aimee. That was very clearly explained. What about Noraini? From your past experiences in all fronts in the fund management side, do you think that investors actually care about their rights?
Okay. Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Thank you, Kalyan, for this session. Now, basically, to me, is when you talk about investors' rights, right? It can be 1 hour list of investors' rights. The rights they need to know, the rights they need to observe, the rights they need to ask. Now, to echo what you said in your earlier, the phrase that you used, customer is always right. Now, we in Hon Leong stand true to this phrase. Okay, to us, customer is always right, and it's always in the best interest of the customer or the investor that when we operate and we produce returns and also the services. Now, however, I wish to emphasize there are instances when the customer is not always right because the information that they require to be right was not given or not asked by the customer or the investor. Now, for me is like Ivy and yourself, I think even Jawahar will mention that we have tons of documents that we are required to produce for SC approval, for FIMM to review the facts in this document and all that. However, I think in the past, most of these documents are hard copy. And hard copy, when you give someone a prospectus, they will tend to think that, okay, this is for my bedside reading. If I can't sleep, I take my prospectus and read, on what investment I want to do. I do not, as I say, and as you mentioned in the prospectus, there are lists of rights that the investors must look at. I just want to pick up three that is shown in our prospectus. One is investors are advised to read and understand the content of the prospectus, right? Two, read information concerning certain risk factors which should be considered by prospective investors. Three, in doubt, please consult your professional advisor. An additional important statement is this. Investors should note that they may seek recourse under the Capital Market and Services Act for breaches of securities law, including any false or misleading statement in the prospectus or any document that is produced by the fund managers or the unit trust manager. Now, to me, it's a simple, it's a simple advice that we are giving investors, and it is a mandatory made by regulators like Securities Commission and even SRO like FIMM, that the consultant, when they approach any investor, whether it is a savvy investor or a new investor, a prospectus must be given. And with the digital landscape now, you don't like hard copy, and like Ivy have pointed out, you go to any fund manager website, you have all these documents available to you, either on your iPad, on your PC, or even on your mobile. So how can we help investors to understand that they have ample rights and they have avenues to take recourse if their rights are not given? So that's from me on the question that you have posted, Kaya, this morning.
Thanks, Aini. Before I pass this to Jawahar, I want to just digress a bit on your point about digital influencers lah. Okay, I remember about 20 years ago when I was working as a desk officer in the SC, and my job was to review prospectuses. And those days, when I had to review prospectuses, it was such a chore. Before I had to look at the prospectus, I make sure that I go and buy myself a very good snack and a drink, so that my next 2 hours is basically about reading the whole prospectus. And I myself, because I was paid to do such a job, I found that it's not a very exciting thing lah. And when we had to move on towards allowing people to invest via other new methods, like for example, even there were proposals that came in to invest via an ATM machine. So I used to question those people, and I said that even when we sit down at our home, or like you said, bedside reading of a prospectus, we also find it such a tedious task. What more if you ask people to go and queue up in the ATM machine there just to read a prospectus? I can imagine the lines are super clear. So what I've seen evolve in the last 20 years is that the prospectuses are more abridged, they are more user-friendly, you have product highlight sheets now, they have more pictures, okay? And with today's generation, I think the attention span, we must all agree, even ourselves also, our attention span is more shorter. We don't have the luxury of time to go and spend 20 minutes on a document. If anything, we cannot scroll down, we may not even touch it, okay? So here is where I need Jawahar to share with me then, what can be done then to get people to be more excited to understand their rights, which is actually good for them. So over to you, Jawahar.
Hi, Kalyan. Thank you so much for that. I think, yeah, you have aptly said that, the prospectus is really not the most exciting piece of document for one to read. But nonetheless, you see, it is essential. And again, like how you rightfully pointed out, there are so many what we call simplified version of the prospectus and the disclosure documents, where one can get a more simplified information. I think that a lot of, based on the complaints and information inquiries that the Securities Commission received, I think that some of the things that I would like to just point out is that it appears to be a rush for the investor to be quickly directed towards the what do you call the returns. They say, okay, the pitch is always that, oh, I put in this much and I'll get it this much, within X number of years, and so on and so forth. But I think that one has to realize that, that not every investment or every product is suitable for everyone. Depending on your horizon, what's your investment, what's your risk appetite, and whatnot, and all those things have to be understood before an informed investment decision can be made. Now, if I can just share some of the from the vantage of the Securities Commission, I've got some very short presentation here. From the vantage of the Securities Commission, what we see based on the complaints and inquiries that we receive. Next. Now, this is just, again, as I've said, this is not to say that, all these unit trust consultants are bad apples and whatnot, but there are some precautions that if the investor takes, you can protect yourself. Now, these are some very statistics that we have received against registered person, which is specifically on UTCs, unit trust consultant, PRS consultants, and ITAS and the QTAS. You see, on 2019 we received about 24, in 2020 about 20, and in 2021 about 12. And what are the types of complaints that we receive? We have received what we call complaints on misappropriation of clients' funds. I'll go into a bit more detail on how this would happen slightly shortly. And there are also complaints on forgery of documents. That means that some of the redemption forms are signed off by unauthorized people and whatnot. Fake qualification, unauthorized transactions, this certificate is a lot, and also mis-selling. Again, mis-selling is one of the areas that would be of concern, whereby overpromise of funds performance, or selling of a particular product which does not match the risk profile of a particular investor. Next. Now, I'll just give you a bit of a case study. As I've said, in order for the investor's right to be protected, you have to make sure that you shield yourself from falling victim to scams or unscrupulous parties. Just a case study here, based on this is a true life event, but of course I've changed the name for due to confidentiality. A victim was introduced to an agent A by a friend, and this particular agent represented himself to be a UTC and a PRS consultant with as I say, this is a made-up name, a rich mutual Berhad. And then the victim was recommended to invest in a UTC offered by this entity, and the victim was promised guaranteed dividend of 20% per annum. This is, again, as I've said, one I would call a red flag. Victim was not allowed, and then he said that you must not allow this investment for the next 3 years. You see, yeah. Although yes, I think it's understood that when we invest in a unit trust product and whatnot, you are not expected to receive an instant return, or or return in a very short span of time. But this kind of specification that you're not allowed to withdraw in the next 3 years is again one more red flag. And this one, I'm going to repeat this a few times, because I feel that if this one message, if I can get across to the investors, I think most of the what they call scams or could be eradicated. So what the complainant did was he handed over money to agent A via cash. That means the investor handed over cash and transferred money to the agent's personal bank account. Now, this is where I think the whole thing would go wrong when the investor transfers the money or gives cash or transfers the money into an agent's personal bank account. And the victim was also asked to sign some pre-signed redemption forms for future redemption. The price is right, and then the victim was also asked to change the address in the application form to Agent A. This is apparently to ease Agent A to monitor the fund's performance on the victim's behalf and whatnot. So can you see here? So in this one case study alone, we can pick up a few things that the victim ought not have done. And then months later, he did not receive the promised return, and then the Agent A is no longer contactable. And then when he checked with Reach Mutual Berhad, there was any investment record of the victim. And then later it was found out that Agent A's registration with FIMM has been terminated 2 years ago. That means he used to be a unit trust agent, but his service has since been terminated. This is just one example. Like I said, we have got many other examples of things. So, but from here, what we can, some of the messages that we can take home, next, is that, from the, as I mentioned just now, from that one case alone, if there's any messages, you have to check the registration status of your consultant at FIMM website. Say, for example, if a consultant comes to you and say, I am a unit trust consultant, you can always check if it's available on FIMM's website. At a click of a mouse, you can check whether that particular consultant is still registered. And of course, I think this has been said many times. I think it needs but it still needs a re-emphasis that you need to read and understand the prospectus to know the funds that you are investing in, and do not pre-sign any redemptions form, and do not give cash or bank in money into the agent's personal bank account. Always make sure that you receive your statements from the company in your name. Don't and do not authorize. Don't give everything to the agents. For example, you can change the address. You can receive the statements and so on and so forth. And of course, if in doubt, please contact FIMM or the SC. Next. Now, I feel obliged from a regulator's point of view, not only to talk about the rights of investor pursuant to a unit trust scheme alone, but broadly, because I think that of late, of this past 2 years, the Securities Commission has been receiving an escalated number of complaints with respect to scams and unlicensed activity. Therefore, we feel obliged to advise the public we have drawn up 7 simple steps to avoid investment scams. Like I said, it's not just for unit trust, but this cuts across for any investments that you would like to make. Be cautious of any investments offered by social media platforms, because we realize that of late there's been many scams that has been offered through social media platforms, notably through Facebook ad, where you click on the Facebook ad, you will be then taken to a WhatsApp conversation with a scammer, who will then promote his or her investment product. Non-existent illegal investment product, if I may add. What we've noticed is that there's been a lot of clone firm scams as well. So even if someone comes and through you meet someone on social media, and and someone says, hey, look, I'm from this entity, or I'm from a public mutual, Huang, or whatever, but make sure that you check with the company whether such a product exists, because we notice there are a lot of clone firms where they pretend or they impersonate a legitimate entity to perpetrate the scams. And again, I said, I did say, I'll repeat this a few times, never deposit your money into anyone's personal bank accounts, and payment should only be made into official bank accounts of company intermediaries authorized by the SCs. And just to highlight that the Securities Commission on its website has a investor alert list. So we do list very regularly entities or individuals whom we have information that they are carrying out an unlicensed what do you call, activity, release them. So you know, if you come across an offer for investment by anyone, you can check that first, and if if the name is there, then it's already, should not deal with that particular person or entity. And of course, always deal with authorized companies. And there is a very useful portal by PDRM, police. It's called the FIMMAC Mule portal, where if assuming that you have been asked to transfer an amount of money for the purposes of investment into a bank account, you can enter the bank account into the FIMMAC Mule portal to ascertain whether there has been a police report lodged with respect to that particular bank account for possible scam. Likewise, telephone number as well. If you were to receive an offer for investment, as I mentioned just now, through WhatsApp or whatever, you can check the phone number in the police's FIMMAC Mule portal to determine whether there's been any police report lodged with respect to that particular for the telephone number for possible scam. And if again, since I'm representing the commission, if in doubt, you can contact. Of course, you can contact FIMM, but of course, you can also directly contact the SC at the email of adwan@circom.com.my, or you can call our hotline at 0362 048999. And we have we believe that prevention is better than to go after the culprits after a crime has been committed. So therefore, what do you call it? Informed investor is a protected investor. So you can go to our website. We have what do you call our InvestSmart website, where you can go and obtain a lot of useful information there. So this is, as I mentioned just now, from the Securities Commission's perspective, these are some of the things that we notice. And if the investors can take some of these measures, you can ensure that you will be protected from falling victim to scams. Over to you, Kalia.
Thanks, Jawahar. If I can just reiterate your one point, which you will also be reiterating later, is never give cash to your consultants.
Definitely.
At FIMM, when we look at the number of cases and complaints that have come in, although it's on a declining trend, but these things still happen, where investors still trust or blindly trust people and start giving out cash. And here is where the complication comes up, because sometimes it's also very hard to prove when we investigate that complaint, because there's no digital audit trail for people to prove that you actually gave cash to someone. So these things, you want to add something, Jawahar?
Yeah, I mean, not just that, we would not even be, if a cash was given, you would not even know whether that particular sum of money was actually handed over for the purposes of an investment. We wouldn't know, you see. So, I mean, you're right. It's very difficult for us to establish the nexus of the sum that has been deposited to a purported investment.
Sure. No, that's a very good point. And another good point you brought up is about verifying the identity of the consultant.
Yeah.
Okay, and this nicely dovetails into our first question on Slido that we have received from Mr. or Miss LKS. So Mr. or Miss LKS, congratulations. You have just won yourself the first invitation to FIMMAC 2022. Please get in touch with my team at info@fimm.com.my. Just drop them an email and we will personally send you an invitation to next year's event. So he or she has asked this wonderful question. I understand that from 2022, I will also need to verify the identity of the agent myself, as they no longer carry the FIMM authorization card. Why is this so? Okay, I think I have to answer this because I work at FIMM. So there's a bit of history to this. Way back in 2018, FIMM conducted a mystery shopping exercise. And from that mystery shopping exercise, we realized that not all consultants display their card, And even if they display their card, in today's world where you want to go to the photostack machine or get a good scanner, you can print out a card of your own. So the amount of forgery also can happen. And we felt that going through this digital route would be the best way, whereby if a consultant approaches you you can just go to FIMM's website, which is updated daily, to check whether this person is really a bona fide consultant. And from there, there is that added check and balance where we will confirm whether he or she is registered with us. And this will at least give you that comfort that you're dealing with a bona fide consultant. Because we do have cases where people are not consultants, okay, and they act as representative, or they act as trainees or interns or whatever. But these people are not properly trained and registered with FIMM or even by their unit trust management company. So as a result, the advice that they give you may not be accurate, may not be trained, and you may be misled into investing into something which is not correct for you. So that's why we have moved on that approach. And this road towards digitalization, as my chairman has mentioned in his opening day speech, is something necessary. We have been trying to go digital on many fronts, but this pandemic has accelerated it. And when we look at the progress and development that has been done by our members, all the unit trust companies, the distributors, you can see leaps and bounds. The good thing during this entire 20 months of this pandemic is that we have yet to receive a complaint that by an investor that they cannot redeem their investments, or they cannot invest, or they cannot switch. So I think that's a good sign that operationally things are working. Now it's just to make sure that the information flow is also perfect, so that you get both aspects of it, you know. So that's the first question. Maybe now let's move on to the next question that I have, which I would like to pose to Puan Aini and Ms. Aimee. Okay, if an investor know their rights or about to know their rights, how do you then ensure they move to the right investment? So maybe Aini, you want to take up this question first?
Okay, thanks, Karen. Okay, so first of all, I think for investor to move from investor rights into the right investment, I think that is definitely achievable. And that is the main role of our consultants to help our investors to pick up the right investment for themselves. Now, basically, there are three types of investor, right? And consultants need to identify this whenever they meet a customer. You have a pre-investor. A pre-investor is someone who have never invested in anything, only hear about investment glory story, and spend and doesn't know even to the point of what to ask for the right investment for themselves. Now, this is pre-investor. Passive investor is a set of investors who work hard to save money for investment. However, they spend less time making money work for them. They entirely depend on the advice of the consultant when to move into investment, when to move out of investment, when to switch investment depending on the market cycle. Now, you have another set of active investor. Now, to me, is this active investor, they are as good as you and myself, carry on, because this is a set of investors that review investment based like running a business. Their achievement is to make sure that whatever they invest make money. How long their vision or terms in investment, that is depending on the market cycle. I mean, and depending on the market cycle, depending on what they want to achieve, what they aim to. If today they aim to buy a LV bag, so they want to make money, within 6 months to get the new LV bag that is on the shelf in the shopping mart and all that. Now, to me, is to know this type of investor is the role of our consultant. They have been trained to see these three type of investor and give the right guidance and give the proper documents for them to read and understand. Basically, to me is sorry about that. They tend to delegate like the pre-investor and also passive investor, they tend to delegate their investment decision to the consultant. I think like Jawahar mentioned, we have seen this in the past. To ask an investor to sign a document every now and then, depending on the market cycle around that, it's a big hassle. And sometimes investors stay so far. So what do consultants do? They ask to pre-sign subscription form, pre-sign switching form, pre-sign your redemption form. So they make the decision on the on behalf of the investor. Now, for me is if the investors know which category they fall under, whether they are pre-investor, passive or active, then they need to know their risk limitation, right? And investment return expectation. I can tell you that in my 30 over years, fund managers who have worked with me, to us is we always want positive return. And whenever there's a month that I do a valuation and all of a sudden the market change and all the return goes down, whenever I hand a valuation report to all the fund managers, they give this remark: when I smile, that means we didn't perform. Because the question is, when they didn't perform, they will actually drill down to their investment and look what has gone wrong. Where have they not actively participated to make sure that the investor investment is really met in the return that the fund is supposed to look to provide, right? So to me is, even from operation perspective, we know investors have rights to look at return, and we in the operation, what we know is that when the performance is down, the fund manager will actually look very detailed into all the valuation report and to ensure that our pricing is correct. Because these are areas that we sometimes helps to make awareness to the fund managers that it's not only internally that is looking at how you perform for the right investment, but we are also telling you that if we internally can tell you, this report will be looked at for every note and return to spot where it has gone wrong. You imagine how an investor should be looking at the report. Unfortunately, to me is, as you mentioned, there's not enough question being asked by investor. I like to bring this topic up. As you know, we have our state retirement fund, who allows members investment scheme, members to invest in unit trust fund. And both the state fund and together with FIMM, I think they have put in few years ago a setting of return that must be performed to meet for their members, for their members' retirement planning. However, one question that I always wanted to ask: does the investor even ask the consultant, are some of their investment being suspended fund by the retirement fund? Right? So this kind of question, this kind of information, I think the consultant have a fiduciary duty to inform their investors that say, your investment, I have now reached this level and this fund has now been suspended. You can no longer do a top up for this fund to do average costing. You can't, the only way for you to proceed with your future retirement plan is for you to redeem, or you can switch to another better fund. So these are simple things for that I think investors should share, and this information is already shared in EPF digital platform. And to me is, if we all contribute to all this, then we will see a healthier investment, and we make sure that our investors go into the right investment for their wealth management planning and also for their retirement, right? That's how I see it.
Thanks, Aini. Since you mentioned it, I think I noticed you smiled a few times today. So I guess you're performing today. So that's a good sign. But let me just get Ms. Chan's view in terms of how to move people from knowing their rights to the right investment. So over to you, Aimee.
Thanks, Kalion. All right, I think you will notice that there is just truckloads of products out there in the market. Like what you mentioned, I've been exposed to maybe 500-600 over my, experience marketing unit trust funds. So it can be quite confusing for a lot of investors. And sometimes I think investors are tempted when they see that, a certain theme, certain type of funds, certain type of styles have performed very well. And, the next thing they'll do is they just jump in, okay? Whether it's suitable for them or not, it's secondary, okay? Because they want to grab the returns. This has happened even to my very own husband. Okay, what happened was I think interest rates has been very low over the past year, so he had some money in his fixed deposits, and then he said, "Yeah, I'm only getting 1%." So he also wanted to chase. Okay, and then when he saw markets doing so well, and then certain funds doing 20, 30%, 40% return, I think every investor also be very tempted to just jump in. Okay, thinking that this is the right investment for them. Okay, but my husband is a very conservative investor. So when the market turned and went the other way around, he couldn't take it, and then he couldn't sleep every night, worrying about his investments. So I did warn him about it, but earlier on, like human nature, sometimes they just want to grab the returns, but they do not think so much about the downside. Okay. Whatever goes up can also come down, and you must know the risk that you're taking when you invest in a particular fund, okay, or investment products. So I think a best performing fund is never the gauge for you to jump in, to be the right investment for you, because best performing this year, next year could be bottom performing. Okay, so what's important is you need to know what are the products that are suitable for you based on your risk profile. So knowing your clients, their risk capacity, risk tolerance, as well as risk appetite. Can they stomach the up and down or not? Can they take the volatility 20, 30, 40%? Not only up, up, of course, everybody can take, but down, can you stomach it or not? If you cannot sleep, then it's not suitable for you. Okay, so I think that should be the approach that we take. So in my husband's case, I told him, never mind, the investment is under my name. I can take the risk appetite. Okay, I can take the volatility, but he cannot. So I say, in future, your money sits in fixed deposit. So I think, so it's very much that way. Otherwise, you can't sleep at night, when it's not the right investment for you, you just, it just spoils your mood, and then, it causes a lot of trouble in your life as well.
Thank you, Aimee. Thanks for sharing that, Kesah Benar. I think two main offenses that your husband has committed is, number one, he didn't consult a proper consultant. Number two, he didn't listen to his wife, which is the biggest cardinal sin. Okay, and if given the opportunity, I think your husband should talk to Dr. Tan, because in the second day session, he actually told people about, we're looking at savings and investing their money and so on. So we all learn something from this. But
if I can, just from what Aimee has said, if I can just add one more thing, is that what that she has explained demonstrates is that every product has got its risks, you see. So if, again, from my vantage, if someone were to come and tell you that, look, this is a particular product where it's a guaranteed return of 20%, 30%, that is a sign of the product not being, possibly not being legitimate. So while, you share your husband's pain of him, suffering a loss and whatnot, that in itself is a lesson to say that, actually there are risks involved in any investment. There's no such thing as a risk-free investment, and once we understand that, we can also protect ourselves from being a more savvy investor.
Thanks, Jawahar. Since I still got you there, I think let's answer one of the questions for Mr. or Miss Anonymous, the most common person who's contributing to all our questions these last few days. So the question says that, will FIMM or SC be conducting investors education for the young, especially in the schools? I'll answer for FIMM and then I'll pass it over to you to answer for SC. So my answer is yes, and that is definitely an area that our industry education team wants to do more. Even now, for this FIMMAC, we're trying to reach out to the schools. We're trying to entice them to learn more about this. We understand that this gig economy offers many opportunities. So if you think that you want to go into the financial aspects of the gig economy, whereby you want to be a unit trust consultant and advisor and eventually move up the ladder in this financial planning realm, definitely this is an area. So my only advice is write to us. Just let us know where is your school. If you can have at least 20 people there, we can do virtually, or when the endemic happens, my team can go over. We are more than happy to drop by your school. So just send us an email at info@fimm.com.my. So over to you, Jawahar. So will SC be conducting investor education for
Well, yeah, I think when we talk about investor education, we have to, of course, not be very mindful of the young ones. See, they are actually a very important segment of the population, because these are the ones, especially the university students and the secondary school students and whatnot. They will be out there in the work market, and they will be potential. These are the potential investors. It's very important for us to impart some fundamental knowledge on investing and whatnot. Yes, it is actually one of the things that we'll be looking at, Kalyon.
Thanks.
May I just add on? I think the topic that you mentioned and also Jawahar mentioned, for me is we must look at this so-called the young ones, the millennial or those in the school. I mean, most of the time when we say, okay, you should target for the young who just started working in their mid-20s and all that. And some of the feedback we see is that, oh, they don't have enough fund, they don't have enough money or enough saving in ETF, to start investing. I think that is the wrong perception that I think industry is looking at. I think most of us, we are the working parents, right? We come to this stage. I think there are a lot more of working parents who work to save for the children, right? And what I see is that when they started working, all of a sudden you see this influx of young investors coming in. Now the question is, where do they get the money? To me, is we must look from the perspective of wealth transition, where the parents start transferring some of the saving for the youngster to go into the market, and this have happened when we ask some of our fresh graduate that comes in to work with us, and they start investing in unit trust. So we ask, your salary is still not enough, to contribute, or ETF not enough to contribute for investment. Then they say that no, because I'm not in this industry, my mother and my father actually have given me some money for me to invest on their behalf. So that also is another area, that the young ones have to look at and understand from preschool, like secondary or in their uni, that what investment is all about. Well, to me, is investment equate to saving. Right, so I can share you one kisah benar, and I think when I go home, he's sure going to be very angry with me. My son started to also invest in unit trust, right? And every day he come around and tell me, Mom, your fund, how come so small, the profit, and why is it that sometimes it's up and sometimes it's down, And to me, is based on your small amount that you invested, what is your expectation? I said, right, this is a long-term investment, and this is unit trust. And unit trust means it's a long-term and gradual profit that you will make. However, if you want to compare to, what other alternative investment that your friends are going in, like cryptocurrency, Bitcoin and all that. So I said, can you lose your 1,000 today, tomorrow or not? Then he keep silent. So he said, okay, I trust you. You tell me when I can redeem. So these are the perception of the young ones when it comes to investment. So I think the question posted by the anonymous, I think it's timely for not only the regulators, SRO, in fact for Hon Leong, and also I'm sure for in IME's case and other of our peers in the industry, we are focusing on investor education, not only for the savvy investor, but we are also collaborating with certain unis, to give talk, to share with them how do you read documents, performance document, how do you read fund fact sheet and all that. And since day one, you know me, and also in my participation in many of FIMM discussion. I think investor education with digitalization is the top of the list, because if you don't put it there, then like you say, how do you move investors right to right investment? It all comes in education. That's all from me.
So the moral of the story that I'm learning from your Kisah Benar and Aime's Kisah Benar is, if you work in a unit trust company, don't sell it to your loved ones. There is more pressure pleasing them than normal investors.
Exactly, Kalyan.
Okay, so I'll take that note. Okay. Now I just want to move to one of the questions posed on Slido, and I would like to get Aime to help me on this. So again, Anonymous asks, who should initiate the transfer? If you were to transfer unit trust from, say, company A to company B, assuming that the consultant has moved from company A to company B. So I mean, how do we do it? If the consultant has moved to another company, how does that initial investment goes?
This is from a client perspective of the client perspective,
right? Yeah, you're right.
Investors perspective. Okay. Meaning to say, previously the investments were in one particular fund house, and now he wants to transfer it to, is it?
No, I think how
the same fund house, but with.
Assuming that you had a consultant, the consultant was with Afin Huang, and now it has moved to Aini's side, which is Hong Leong. Okay, so the consultant changed companies.
I see. Okay.
Signed from your side and join Aini's side. What about the customer?
So that will not really be a transfer in that sense, because transfer means you're transferring the same fund from Afin Huang to another IUTA or another platform. That would actually be more of like a redemption, is it? And then subscription again. Like for example, if you invested in Afin Huang Asset Management Funds, and then now you want to invest in Hong Leong, so it will actually be a redemption and then subscription again in Hong Leong Asset Management Funds. So so I'm not quite sure what it means by transfer. Well, okay, transfer, if you want to transfer your funds, Afin Huang funds that you have, let's say with one bank, Citibank, and then you want to transfer it to holdings in, let's say, Standard Chartered Bank. So for that, I think you can do a transfer initiated at that particular bank that you hold the units with. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe may I just add? I think that's a very good question. I think the question they're asking is, let's say moving out, they buy Afin fund through an agent from Afin, a consultant, and now the consultant have moved to Hong Leong Asset, right? And the investor is thinking of moving also their investment to Hong Leong Asset. To me, is this is the topic that we are on now. First of all, the investment was made based on the fund, or investment was made based on the trust with the consultant. That is the question the investor must ask. If the investor made the investment based on the fund, and the fund is performing well, and the consultant have now moved to another fund house, why should the investor move or transfer their investment to another fund house? So it comes again on moving towards investor rights and investor and the right investment. Because to me is unless the consultant has given a very good advice for the investor to say that we believe that the new funds, that funds in the other new fund house can perform better for you, right? And also to add on what I may have mentioned, you mentioned about cooling off. So the cooling off for this investor with a FIMM can be performed during at the initial stage. But when they redeem and they move to another fund house, and I think the cooling off start again because the first time they are investing in that fund house. So these are the rights and of the rights and the obligation from investor point and also from consultant point that they must provide enough information for the investor to consider. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I may, because whenever a consultant leaves another from an outfit, the fund or the management of the investor's interest is managed by the company, right? So the company will also have a say to approach this investor and give the right advice. I mean, that's how I see it.
Thanks, Aini, and thanks, Aimee. So if I may summarize it, at the end of the day, you bought the fund in the first place based on the fund's performance, which is generated by the fund manager, not the consultant. The consultant has just come in to help you facilitate the transaction. So it doesn't mean that if a consultant changes company, you should change company also lah. You should actually give it some thought lah. What was your initial reason to go into it? But I may also brought up a very interesting point, because there could be situations where you have bought from a distributor itself lah, and there's always an option of switching within that panel of funds that the distributor offer. My only suggestion here is this: if before you keep moving from fund to fund, be aware of the fees and charges that are involved, because shifting from different houses may result in you incurring new fees upfront. Okay, if you were to switch, sometimes you don't even have to pay any fees. So please go and find out a bit on the fees and charges, find out a bit on your actual performance before you move. We're getting a lot more questions that's coming in. Let me try to address as many as we can here. And like I've promised earlier, those that we are unable to address, please drop us a mail. We will follow through on it. Okay, the next one is on, shouldn't consultants be trained first to explain to prospective clients their rights and how to detect if the consultant is indeed bona fide? So there are two questions here. I'll answer the last one first, and then I'll pass the training bit to Aini and Aimee to elaborate a bit on the type of training that they give consultants. So the last part of this question is on if the consultant is indeed bona fide, which I go back to our earlier answer, where we have moved on that digital verification route. So now you are not only checking with the consultant himself or herself whether they are bona fide, you're checking it through a website managed by FIMM. Okay, we are the SRO for marketing and distribution of unit trust and PRS. And if that person's name appears on our website and it says that the person is still registered, then the person is bona fide. Okay, so here I want to pass it back to Aimee first, to maybe share a bit about this bona fide issue and also the type of training and the hours, the quantity, the quality of training that you give to your consultants. So over to you, Aimee.
Okay, sure. I think just to echo what Kalyon said, maybe if I can just share screen, I think over here you can see fimm.com.my's website and how to verify whether your consultant is authorized or not. You go under investor protection. Is my consultant authorized? So when you go into this site, you can quickly see just 3 fields that is needed lah. I mean, if you know your consultant's IC number, then good lah, you can key in, but I think not many people know the consultant's IC number. So let's say you key my name, Chan Aimee, okay? You can just key in the name and put search here. Okay, you don't need to put in the FIMM number and all, because you wouldn't know what the FIMM number is. Nor would you know my IC number lah. Okay, so from here, then you can see that UTC search result, it came out here. Chan Aimee is registered with Affin Hwang Asset Management, and I'm a member of with FIMM since September 1999. Right, and expiry is a yearly expiry, so until end of this year, and then we'll will renew again. And the renewal is based on your requirement meeting the CPD points that is required, continuous, education, and making sure that you continue to keep yourself abreast with all the latest news and as a UTC consultant. And also you can also check on their private retirement scheme license as well. So I also have it here where you can see also registered since October of 2012 over here. So here it's, you can even take a look further down if you want. If the name does not appear and you try to find the consultant's name, you can even click here, PRS consultant download or unit trust consultant, and when you key in download, it will give you the entire list of 60,000 consultants that are in Malaysia registered with the Federation of Investment Managers, okay, FIMM. All right, so I think it's a great job done by Kalyon and team. So you can see over here all the names of the consultant, which firm they are attached to, okay, a FINBank or so on and so forth. All right, so that is what FIMM have done, and I think it's a great job that they have put this up together. Then it makes checking your legitimacy of the consultant very simple. Okay, and then I think in terms of the type of training that we give to our consultants, yes. That is one of the because we do have quite a number of consultants that services high net worth, public sector, insti and corporates and all. But for the agency partner, the consultant side, the trainings are a lot more intensive and I think they go through probably 1 to 2 months of training, and then on top of that, continuous education and training, because we also have a Chief Learning Officer. I think some of you might know Steve, who heads up our learning division, and they work very closely with the partnership business team that actually organizes and ensure training is conducted very regularly. And anytime when there's any scam, potential scam or fraud, it will also be shared with the consultants, and then we have a lot of this case Bernard that we will share with the consultants and make sure that they are aware of all these things. So I think that is what we do to add value also to our consultants, to make sure that they are aware of the things that they must do and the things that they shouldn't do. Yeah.
Thank you, Aimee. Thank you for endorsing FIMM as well. Aini, maybe you want to add on a bit on that, on the training that your site provides to consultants?
Okay, I think as what Aimee has mentioned, we are required by Securities Commission, required by even FIMM to conduct training for our agents. There is a certain numbers of hours that agents have to acquire in a year to renew their license. But for us is as fund managers or unit trust managers, the 16 CPD hour is not sufficient. Right, and the topics that we cover is not only on fund performance, how do you read a fund fact sheet. There are also mandatory training that we provide. For example, the code of ethics of being an agent, the requirements of the regulator, and moving into digital platform. What are the requirements for them? The ethics that they now have to change, the process of changes that they must inform the investors, the rights of the investor to invest on their own on digital platform, because the consultants are no longer submitting form for them. So and to be honest, I think my hats off to you, Kalyon and team, because if I were, the difference between the FIMM website now in providing information, learning, magazine, kisah benar, or updates on what's happening with the regulation, digitalization. So to us, it is not only for the investor. These are also given to bring our consultant to a different level. Now, I think the question posted to us is, we have to train our consultant. To us is, we have trained them enough. it's not only us, it is also the regulators, it is also, global industry players were given a lot of information, because with digital, learning is endless. Until you switch off your PC, the consultant will always have time and opportunity to learn. How they transfer the learning to the investor for investor interest. This is something that we are, again, this topic bring about. What are the questions, what are the queries made by the investor to the consultant? If the consultant do say that, oh, I'm so sorry, I've not been trained on this topic, well, it is the rights of the investor to call us, the manager, and report to us that our consultant are not able to provide enough information for them to make investment. Because to us, we are here to support the consultant. If they are not able to provide the info, come to us. We are available on our website. You can write in if you are the video shy person, or you can give us a call. We have our WhatsApp number, on marketing. And like I may say, they can always, go to any fund managers portal and post the question. I mean, it's a general question. Most of us will know that, right? So that's where we come from.
Thanks, Aini. Thanks for the endorsement again. I think the key point that I want to just reiterate here is on the CPD requirements. One good thing is during this entire MCO, FIMM has not lowered its standards for consultants. The very fact that you need 16 CPD points, we have still maintained that, and based on feedback from all the member companies, they also do not see the need to reduce it or to ask for a waiver. Reason being that they have a lot of internal training. So if you have managed to just now pick at Aime's registration status, you would see that she has 91 CPD points, which is 5.5 times more than required. Okay, and I believe that 1,200 consultants that sign up for a FIMMAC today, you did not need the 8 CPD points that we are giving you or so. I'm sure you got 10 times more than that already. And this is something for you to just learn. But anyway, this learning thing is an ongoing process. And I would like to then go towards Jawahar now. There was one question that came from Anonymous again with regards to the SC. Has the SC taken any enforcement action for those that misled investors via social media? So there's no specific investment being mentioned here. I believe this is a general question. Maybe Jawahar, you would like to take this on?
Kalyan, I think suffice to say that there are several matters under investigation. So I am not at liberty to disclose the details, but suffice to say that, as I mentioned just now, that many of the scams that are being perpetrated now are being carried out through social media. And there are several matters currently where investigation is on foot, but I'm not at liberty to disclose. But yeah, that to the extent I can divulge. Yeah.
Thanks, Jawahar. And talking about social media, I think our members are well aware about this, but I thought it's good to share with the public also. We have an internal team that does social media surveillance. And we do look at Facebook, Instagram, TikToks, and so on to find out what are the postings that consultants do. And we have been doing this for almost 1.5 years, and the result is quite good, where we're getting a lot of preventive controls here, whereby sometimes you get consultants over publicizing their credentials. They call themselves investment gurus or financial planners, which they are not certified to do so. Yeah. Then my team will definitely approach those member companies to ensure that they get this thing corrected. Okay, and of course, worst case scenario, if we have recalcitrant people who insist on marketing and distributing it this way, then the necessary action will be taken, and we will share it with the industry during our sharing session. And on that, I want to hard sell a bit. Come November 15, we will be having our regular industry briefing to all our members on the supervision findings that they have noted, so that we can help them in making the unit trust environment a safer place. I am aware we've got 11 minutes more, so allow me to just skim through the questions quickly and we just try to finish off whatever questions that came in. There is a question from Noel, okay, who is not anonymous. And Noel asks, my UT agent invested in a fund that has been at a loss since it started. She did so without informing me about the fund choice. Is this normal? Okay, I'll quickly answer that. This is not normal, Noel. Okay, any consultant who invests for you and don't tell you where your money is not normal. So my advice is write to us at info@fimm.com.my with the details, and my legal team will look into it. Number two, there is this question from Anonymous. Is there any initiative made by FIMM to prevent churning of sales from consultants? Okay, this churning requirement is something that is stipulated, I believe, in a lot of regulatory requirements, and I believe in SE's rules as well. So this is something that there are ways of monitoring it, because the fund management company or the distributor will have to share their annual sales records and so on. Okay, but it is very subjective. It's not a straightforward mechanism where you can just say that, oh, if this company suddenly sales increased by 2 million or 3 million times this year, there's churning. So there is some work to do there, and I want to just tumpang Jawahar's answer. I'm not at liberty to share this, but just put it in mind that the regulators are mindful about this. There are submissions by members and distributors in terms of their performances and sales records. So those things will be handled through the necessary channel and with the necessary facts and statistics. Is there any initiative made by FIMM to promote yourself, as not all investors know the existence of a website to check for the UT agent to avoid any scam? Thank you. I admit that we can do better. We have been trying our best to spread the word about FIMM. We've been trying to promote ourselves through a lot of channels. It is getting better. And we now, especially my corporate communication team, they've got very extensive media engagement plans. They are in the newspaper, they are in social media and so on to build it up. But I personally am mindful that being a semi-regulator, to attract masses of people to come in, to have millions of followers on Instagram, is not something that people are excited to do, because we don't have outfit of the day, we don't do very sexy stuff. So this is an area that we will continue to do. And I think in the next panel session, they will talk a bit more about scams and the work we do. So I don't want to steal the thunder from them. I believe they will also share with you. But with this FIMMAC, we hope it's an opportunity for us to get more people, more eyeballs to our sites and so on. So please feel free to follow us. We will continue to work at expanding our reach. Okay, there is one more question here on how to protect investors investing via EPF investor scheme. I will give a bit of answer here before I pass it to Aimee and Aini, who definitely have funds on EPF's investor scheme. My understanding is, and I've seen it, and I'm also an investor myself, that there are already a lot of controls when you invest via EPF investor scheme. So if you go in through the EMIS or the EPPA, there are a lot of controls already. For example, on an annual basis, funds that make the cut, funds that are there, they have to meet stringent performance requirements. So not necessarily you will see the 600 over funds that are in the market on that platform. Only funds with a certain proven statistics and performance records are put there. On top of that, these performance records is not a FIMM thing. It's endorsed by an independent party. So we have experts like Refinitiv, or formerly known as Lipper, that double checks and they verify it based on daily figures, So all these things are statistically proven, okay? But like Aini and Aimee did mention, investing in a unit trust fund is a long-term process. You don't, with all these safety nets in place, let's be real, okay? You cannot expect your investment tomorrow you wake up and you see it grow by 100%, or tomorrow you wake up you see it drop by 100%. So the volatility in a unit trust scheme is definitely a lot lower. So Aimee and Aini, maybe Aimee first. anything you want to add on to that point about investing in a EPF members investment scheme?
I think you have covered it quite extensively in the sense that yes, before any funds can be, on that platform, every asset manager has to ensure the consistency ratio is met and a lot of other requirements. So it's and also that for the fund to continue to be on EPF MIS platform, it has also got to continue to ensure performance, and it's not not performing lah, or the bottom tier or bottom quartile, you will never make it there lah. Okay, so yeah, and to your point also, Kalyon, I think at the end of the day you must know your risk appetite lah. So all these funds are there as investment alternative investment options for you, okay, on top of your savings in the EPF. So you must know your risk appetite and know what you can stomach, okay, and be realistic in terms of returns as well, as what Kalyon said, okay. I mean, I just recently only deployed, in the past 2 months, I took out some money, of my EPF MIS and put into some of my, own Malaysian unit trust funds, and within that short span of 2 months, it was up like 5-6%. Very happy, but that is just that short term. But you can never, annualize it and say, oh, it's going to be how many percent, no? Yeah. So I guess be realistic, like you have to be realistic, and if you're happy, you think with returns of about 6-7% per annum, or if you can take a little bit more risk, maybe 8-10% per annum, it's very doable, I would say. Okay, and there are funds out there that can deliver those type of returns over the mid to long term. I think that's what we strive to do, okay. Yep.
Aimee has always given a very convincing answer, which I struggle to understand why her husband did not listen to her earlier. Okay, so Aimee, you want to add on this?
Okay, I think both of you have conveyed and covered all the controls or how EPF try to manage the investment of their members. But I think most importantly is the investment decision, whether it's cash or even from your retirement fund from EPF, is the decision of the investor. EPF does not recommend any fund to you. I think from EPF perspective, they provide you the portal. They have now done very well. They provide you the portal so that it is your investment decision. There's no longer that you submit a form, must check thumbprint, and then it takes 10 days for maybe 10 days or even 2 weeks for your investment to be cleared because the thumbprint is not right, not proper. So those were the days. For us, is we had the opportunity to work very closely with EPF on the digital platform, and I think if like I mentioned, like I mentioned earlier, there are funds that are suspended by EPF, right? Because like I may mention, every year this 3 years rolling period of performance is what EPF look at to ensure stability of the return, right? And these are information that is available in the EPF investor portal. So from EPF perspective is, I think they also look from where funds are suspended for more than 3 years. They approach fund managers. They ask, what is your plan to revive this fund for my members? So these are the safety net that EPF look at when their members go into investment of funds that they have approved. They do not, they do not say that I have approved this fund, so my members can invest in any of this fund. No, they don't do that. They monitor the performance on a yearly basis, and even now they are monitoring it on a daily basis, because we are supposed to upload our NAV pricing, all the transaction of the members into their portal. And EPF they have done a good job, and they have contributed to this capital market to support their members for better income, and then but I just like to quote kisah benar lah. My husband never, it's sad to say, he never believed in investment in EPF, in his EPF money. He just felt that whatever dividend that EPF give is sufficient for me, because he's also in our financial industry. So, I mean, when we are in our financial industry and being more than 30 years, I see the ups and downs. It also scares me. Sometimes it's like your car coming down from the cliff, plunging down from the cliff. So, and what like I may mention, the dividend given on an annual basis from our state provident fund. If we are happy with it, leave your money there. But if you think that you want to do, you want to get slightly better performance, you can try, you can ask for a good advice and get the right investment for yourself. However, if it doesn't suit you, you can always redeem and you can always go back to your retirement saving.
Thanks, Aini. Okay, I also echo Aini and Aime's point. Credit to the EPF team for being very facilitating, helpful, allowing investors to diversify their investments based on their own choices. That would really help a lot. But I've been warned by the organizers. I've only have 1 minute left to sum up things. So maybe I'll start first. So apart from one moral of the story that I hear today is always listen to your wife based on Aini and Aime's advice. So Jawahar and me should take note on that. I think we've learned a lot of things today about unit holders' rights, about consultants, about investors needing protection. So maybe I'll just give each of you 15 seconds each. If you could say just one sentence now to the audience, what would it be? So Jawahar, can you start first?
Yeah, as I've mentioned just now, based on the data that we have gathered and whatnot, specifically on scams and what have you, there is one message I would like to just let the investing public know is that do not ever bank in money into anyone's individual bank account, even though that person is licensed or registered, or give cash. I think that if we do that, if the investors remember that, then we can eliminate a bulk of all the complaints that we receive with respect to possible scams.
Thanks, Jawahar. Aime, besides listening to your wife, what would you tell the whole world?
Oh, you're talking to me, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, I thought I need.
Sorry.
Okay, I think as investors, I think you just need to do your homework. Cannot be lazy. There's no easy way out. Seek for more information from the consultants, from the managers, okay, on how, what the fund is all about. Get more information. I think with the information that you can make a more informed decision about your investments.
Sure. Thank you. Aini.
Okay. Okay, for me, I think the investor education is most important. And to me is they have the rights to ask their consultant for information to make the decision on investment. If they can't get enough information from the consultant, we, the unit trust managers, are here to help you. We are only a phone call away. You have your mobile handphone. Put that as maybe number one to dial when I have problem on investment. And again, to me is I just want to give one quote that I came across recently from Charlie Munger, an American investor. He said this simple thing: opportunity comes to the prepared mind. So prepared minds mean person with enough information to make a decision to reap the opportunity on return in their investment. That's how I look at it.
Thank you. Okay, with that, a big thank you to my panelists, Jawahar, Aini, and Aime. Thank you for giving a new dimension and more depth to these discussions we have talked about. Thank you to all the virtual audiences who have tuned in today. Appreciate your questions from Slido. It doesn't end here. You can still drop us emails at info@fimm.com.my, and I hope to see you all again in the near future. Thank you very much, everyone. Bye.
Thanks, Kanya. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for that very interesting discussion. Indeed, sometimes when we want to know a little bit more about knowing our rights as an investor, we need to have all the facts on hand. Simple things like not giving your money to a personal current account or savings account might be one of the things that we normally not remember the most, but that would become some of the key things that we need to think about for the way forward. Later on, we'll talk about scams on the rise. But for now, let's go for a short pop quiz. Hannah, over to you.
Welcome to day 2 of our games here at the Industry Education Series. We are having a fresh new round of our pop quiz today, as well as a continuation of our Champions League School, University, and Public edition later in the afternoon. Remember, only those who are qualified via our qualifying rounds may play in the Champions League, whereas those playing in the Champions League may not play in the pop quiz. Otherwise, the pop quiz is free for everyone else to play. In order to play, all you have to do is go to our event platform, look for the Kahoot ID, and join us over there at Kahoot. Make sure to key in your correct and existing email address for us to later contact you in the event you win, so that we may arrange to deliver your prize to you. Apart from that, just a gentle reminder that we are still taking answers to our lucky draw. So whether you are already participating in the Champions League, or whether you're already participating in the pop quiz, or whether you haven't yet participated in any of our games, please feel free to join the lucky draw. Go to our event platform, look for the quiz sheet, fill that in, and submit it within the deadline. If you get all 10 answers correct, you will be eligible to have your name in our lucky draw pot. And if you are one of the 2 lucky winners, you will be taking home your very own iPad. All right, with that being said, let's have fun. Good luck, everyone. May luck be with you.
Thanks for staying on. This is, of course, the second panel of the day. We're still on the theme of investor protection and trying to understand a little bit better about the recourse you can take just in case something went awry on your investments. This panel will discuss scams on the rise and how to protect your investments. Over the next 1.5 hours, you're going to be listening about some ideas of what constitutes as an investment fraud, the various tactics that is being used to scam you, the investor, and more importantly, where should you seek help and where you should report misconducts and what recourse do you have as an investor. We have a very strong panel for this afternoon, four actually. We have Puan Regina Rahim, the Managing Director and Country Head Malaysia of Nomura Asset Management. We have Mr. Chung Yiwa, the Senior Vice President of Strategy and Solutions at M Invest. We also have Puan Zahlawati Mustafa, the GM of Regulatory Services Division at FIMM, as well as Sharmila Sharma, the CEO of SIDRAC, or the Securities Industry Dispute Resolution Center. Here to moderate this event is Ms. Coy Swilian, Board of Director at FIMM. Ms. Coy, over to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Encik Ibrahim. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session on Scams on the Rise, Protect Your Investments, which aims to provide guidance to participants on how to avoid investment scams and protect your investments. Ladies and gentlemen, this session will be divided into 5 segments with presentation by Puan Salawati, another presentation by Ms. Sharmila Sharma, and followed by interactive discussion with Ms. Regina Rahim and Mr. Chung Yiwa. This will be followed by Q&A and finally the key takeaways, which will bring us to the conclusion of this session today. To start off the discussion, I would like to share with you the recent investment scam reported by the Star on the 28th of September 2021. Slide, please. Thanks for the slides. A total of 629 investors lost about 12 million after investing in a Forex scheme operated by a company based overseas. Investors couldn't withdraw their money when they logged into the company's website. At that point, when the website has disappeared and middleman is reportedly overseas and uncontactable, investors lodged police reports. The Deputy Public Prosecutor's Office classified the case as no further action after the police investigations because there is lack of evidence. With these investors, will these investors ever see their money again? Now, next slide, I will show you the red flags involving this get-rich-quick scheme. Forex trading, unless it is with licensed banks licensed by Bank Negara, it is illegal. So do not be tempted to get involved with illegal Forex trading. They promise you phantom returns, huge returns. But these returns are shown to you online. You may not be able, most of the time you're unable to withdraw your money. Scams commonly start with a small initial investments of between US 1,000 or 3,000. After seeing the high returns online, investors are persuaded to invest more and more, but are frustrated when attempts to withdraw from the investments fail. Lack of documentation. We are advising investors to keep the payment slips, receipts as proof of transactions, because in the case I mentioned earlier, the police couldn't investigate because there was not enough documentary evidence. This scam reminds me of a friend who happily confided that he had invested 20,000 with an operator in the same town. He didn't ask for a receipt because the operator lives in a big house, has expensive cars, and was known to have bought branded watches worth a few 100,000 ringgit. That's enough to convince the town folks to part with their life savings. And in this case also, you find that there is unregulated middlemen. Scams invariably involve good-intentioned friends and relatives introducing you lucrative money-making investments. These people are not regulated and properly trained to market and promote investment schemes. So the advice is go to the unit trust industry for your investments and see your money grow. The scheme operator was purportedly overseas. It is difficult to establish the identities of overseas operators, which may be a $2 company registered in offshore center. Investors of unlicensed operators abroad cannot seek the assistance of the local regulatory authorities. With that contextual setting, I would like to start the session by inviting Puan Salawati to share on the role of the Federation of Investment Managers Malaysia. Over to you, Puan Salawati.
Okay, thank you, Madam Koi. Thanks for the slide. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to Madam Koi, fellow panelists and all of you who are present in this virtual event. I'm going to start this session with a little activity which require all of you to participate. I call this as Speak from the Heart activity. So this is what I want you to do. Please put your hand on your heart like this. Close your eyes. And what I want you to do is answer truthfully to my 3 questions. Do you want to be rich? Do you want to be rich quickly? Do you want to be rich in the easiest way? Now, open your eyes and put your hand down. I can see that even the panelists are smiling, and their smile gets wider as the questions being posed. Some of you are even nodding your head to reaffirm the answer. Well, yep, that's you. Let me tell you this. If you answered yes to either one or all of these 3 questions, you are susceptible to being prey to the scammer. And you are at the right forum. And this is because the scammer usually latches on your desire and emotion. Now that we have established this point, let's begin the presentation. On to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. So this, probably we can go to the, just keep this slide and then move on to the next one. Okay. In this slide, what you are seeing are snippets of news on scams that are lurking out there. And these are only news that I pick up randomly online this year. So I think Madam quite covers the first box when we talk about the investors who lost 12 million in alleged forex earlier on. The famous Macau scam was appearing in a lot of news, recently. And also we have news about a scam relating to cyber crime fraud. And this is at the moment topping the scam chart in Malaysia. As well as investment scam, if you look at the returns that are being promised, 100 to 400%, that's really far-fetched, right? And not to forget the love scam. Ladies, please don't be a part of the statistics. And if you look at the last box, we talk about e-commerce. This is where people fall prey for bogus employment that were actually published on the e-commerce platform. So now, looking at this, there are so many types of scams that are being reported on the news. And yet, there are still people who succumb to that. Why? It goes back to the point that the scammer plays on your desire and emotion. And your chance of getting scammed is higher if you are gullible. In terms of managing your desire or emotion, when faced with the dilemma, ask yourself the following questions. It is a common question, which is not a surprise to all of you. So if you look at returns, you just ask this question. Is it too good to be true? If it is, there is a high chance that the investment is a scam. If you are pressured to invest, ask yourself this: do I really need to decide now? Perhaps you may want to give yourself some time and conduct your own due diligence. You can use various methods, even getting Pakcik Google to help. So as far as helping gullible investors, now, this is something that we at FIMM probably can do to help. For that, I'll move on to the next slide that highlights the roles of FIMM in the investment ecosystem. So as you know, FIMM is an SRO that is recognized by the SC in 2011. Please visit our virtual booth at FIMMAC to know a little bit more in terms of our roles and responsibilities. So essentially, we can move on to the next slide, please. We are focusing on regulating marketing and distribution of unit trusts and private retirement schemes, and it stops at that, right? So in terms of the roles that we play two roles. One is as industry representative, and the other is to act as supervisor for companies whom we call distributors or individuals who are also known as consultants in respect of their activity selling the unit trust and private retirement schemes. So in essence, anybody or any company, even though they are licensed by the SC or Bank Negara, if they want to sell the schemes, they have to come to FIMM for registration. So these slides that I have shown, that are being shown at the moment, provided a bit more granularity in terms of what the roles of FIMM is. So it varies from investor education up to the point of the enforcement activity. So let me touch a little bit more in terms of the enforcement, because I think that's key as well. So when we look at enforcement, what we do is we take disciplinary action on any misconduct or misbehavior by those who are registered with FIMM in respect of selling the schemes. The key word here is we can take action in respect of misconduct. We can't do restitution. We can't get the money that you have lost back for you. So we leave that part to either the SC or Bank Negara. And if your loss relate to authorized investment product, you may refer the matter to CDREC, which you are going to hear about it in more details from our next panelist, Ms. Shamila. So then you may ask, how would FIMM help gullible investors? Let's look at the next slide, please. Okay, so these are the investors' education that we have actually done, and we are going to continue to do it. So if you look at this, we are quite active on social media. So these are some of the addresses, so there's no excuses that you don't know our social media addresses. Please follow us. There's so many things that we post on those social medias, including, cost averaging, what it is, risk of investing using loan, 101 on investment, beware of scams, etc., etc. So this will provide you some baseline or a starting point to know a bit more about investment in schemes. And best of all, it is free of charge. So we also collaborate with various parties in our efforts to educate the public, the SC, Financial Education Network, MFPC, to just name a few. So what we are trying to do is to be more holistic in our reach, covering those from younger generation to the more mature generation. So we even produce e-magazines and online TV as part of our effort in educating the public. At the end of the day, it is up to you whether you want to unleash your gullible state, bak kata pepatah, tepuk dada tanya selera, or di mana ada kemahuan, di situ ada jalan. So to emphasize the importance of knowing about investment, I bring to you a very simple case study relating to unauthorized investment and the identified red flags. On to the next slide, please. So this case study relates to investor who invested in an overseas product of company X that was introduced by a consultant who was registered with him. And that's the reason why this case came to FIMM. So the next slide, please. So if you look at the whole case flow, this product and company X are actually not approved or registered with the SC. So as you know that if you want to sell capital market products, you have to go to the SC for some kind of approval or endorsement. So this then make the product and the company as unauthorized product and unauthorized company. Red flag 1, yeah. So prior to concluding the sales, there was no documentation provided on the product. Everything is explained through using online platform. And it was alleged that there was a representation that the fund will provide a consistent return of 8% over 3 years. So red flag 2. So in concluding the sales, there was also the investors actually transferred the money to the consultant's account. So red flag 3. So as you can see, there's a bit of trend here. You know, the fact that you use cash to invest and give it to the consultant or the individual you are dealing with, and the fact that you actually transfer funds to the consultant's account, which is similar to the case that was highlighted in the earlier session as well. And if you were to do a simple check through just a normal web check, you will find the following discrepancies or anomalies. So one is that the company's website did not even state common information that you expect of a company that should be made available. Contact information, board members, information on the product, etc. So this becomes a red flag 4. The company X even was listed in the adverse list records in the home jurisdiction. So it was a red flag 5. So everything doesn't seem to work well for these investors. And to no surprise, the sad ending is the investors lost their money. Police report is being lodged. So next slide, please. So if you look at this, if you compare this in a legitimate investment environment, next slide, please. Okay, so this is, if you look at it at the pre-sale, that means before you are actually committing to do the investment, there are certain things that you need to be aware of. So at that point, you must make sure that the person that you are dealing with are actually having a valid license or registration. So this is, I think, is going to equal throughout the whole session. So I call it as KYC. And you also must be mindful of the halo effect of regulation. So what does it mean? What it means is that just because the person that you are dealing with is, for example, a unit trust consultant who are registered with FIMM, you must understand that their registration only relates to selling unit trust scheme. Therefore, you cannot assume that this particular consultant can sell or authorize any other product other than what they are authorized to sell, which is in this case, the case study that I mentioned earlier on, that consultant wasn't authorized to sell a product that was issued by Company X, right? Okay, and if any consultant who buys or sells unauthorized product, because I understand that we have consultants that are also joining this session, I just need to let you know that this is a misconduct under FIMM's Code of Ethics and may subject you to disciplinary action. So you've been warned. Okay. Secondly, if you conduct own due diligence on the product, you can use Pakcik Google if you want, which is quite simple. Now information is at your fingertip. You can see that you can see whether the product is authorized by the SE or not. Yeah. So additionally, you must also understand the nature, the risk of the product, as well as fees and charges involved. Do not just focus on the returns, because fees and charges, it can be, even at the exit point, there are some charges that will probably incur. But of course, not all products like that, but you just need to be aware of those. And lastly, if you decide to invest, you must also be prepared to see whether it meets your investment risk appetite or objective. If you're not comfortable on the outcome of any of these points, you may want to reconsider on whether to proceed with the investment. If you are comfortable, let's look at what you need to look at the point when you are concluding the sales, which will be covered in the next slides. Next slide, please. The one before that. Okay, thanks. So at this point, which is the point of sales, you must make sure, and I can't emphasize enough, do not give cash. Do not transfer your money to an individual account. And as you can see from the case studies, the money was transferred to an individual account who purportedly transferred to Company X. We do not know whether the whole amount was transferred as the money trail becomes diluted as it goes beyond Malaysia's soil. Also, a lot of investors do this. They do not fill up the relevant information, including the date, in filling up a form. The tendency is you just sign on the place that marked X. I probably am guilty for one. And remember, there is a price to pay for convenience. So another point again is protect your personal information. So how many of you didn't cross your IC when you submit your investment application or account opening, etc.? In this era, data is king. You do not want people to steal your identity. But last but not least, make sure that you obtain copy of the relevant forms and receipt. Just to echo what Madam Quat has said earlier on. The next slide highlights some of the things that you need to be aware at post-sales. Yeah, this is at the point where you have concluded your transaction. So first thing is, you must obtain confirmation or statement from the company to confirm receipt of your investment. Some of you receive your investment statement, but don't bother to check. Please check it. Do check it to make sure that the information is accurate. Lastly, if you change your personal information, do advise the company, do advise the consultant so that it can be updated accordingly. So this is to ensure that you receive timely information on your investment. If you remember the case study that was mentioned in the earlier session, they were talking about, someone changed your information without your knowing. You probably want to check that with the company, on a regular basis or on some periodic basis in case you did not receive any information about your investment. Just want to see whether, for whatever reason, your identity has been compromised. These are just simple guide to you when you decide to invest in a unit trust or private retirement scheme. I hope that you find it useful and informative for your reference. So actually I have I have additional slides towards the end, but these are just useful slides. Probably we're just going to click on it one by one quickly. Okay, the slide is moving. Okay, so these are the useful links, which I thought that will be helpful for everyone that's present here. The slides is going to be given to you. So essentially, I break it down into two aspects. One is to check and verify. This is where you check the license status or the registration status of the person that you are dealing with on whether they are authorized or not. The next slide also the same. But I've already included something about SEMAC Mule, which was also mentioned earlier on in the next slide. This is how the website looks like at the moment. If they change, just make sure that you go to the correct link. These are the useful links where you can find all the alert lists in terms of adverse news or adverse lists that have been maintained by both regulators, the SC as well as Bank Negara. And last but not least, if you fall victim to any of the scam, please lodge your complaint. And these are some of the links that will be useful to you. Be mindful of the issues that you are complaining, because each regulator will focus more in terms of what they are regulating, the product that they are regulating. So with that, I'm going to pause for a moment, hand the session back to Madam Coy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Puan Salawati, for the informative presentation. Referring to this slide on useful links reminds me of a neighboring country's citizen, our neighbor down under. The citizen applied to migrate to Malaysia. This is so unusual because it's normally the other way around. The perplexed immigration authority then was prompted to ask this applicant, why do you want to migrate to Malaysia? She replied that in Malaysia, I can complain. So this person came from a country that there's so fine and that there is no chance to complain. Next, without further ado, let's have Ms. Shamila to present on CDREC's role in mediating monetary disputes involving investments. Shamila, please.
Okay, thank you, Koi. First of all, may I thank FIMM for inviting CDREC to be part of the many excellent conversations on the next normal. A warm welcome to Koi as the moderator, Salawati, Regina, and Iwa. And to the audience, thank you very much for participating in this session and for your time in understanding SIDRAC and the services that we offer. Can we go to slide 4, please? Information on SIDRAC is contained in retail product highlight sheets. The one before that, please. Product highlight sheets and investment statements. However, awareness of SIDRAC among retail investors remained low. We conducted our first investor awareness survey in 2019. Only 18.5% of the 10,000 plus respondents have heard of us. We are currently conducting our second investor awareness survey. As of now, findings from the year's survey indicate a lower rate of awareness of SIDRAC and our services. A core aim of our investor awareness program is to ensure that retail investors are aware that SIDRAC exists should they require assistance before the need for such assistance even arises. As such, through my presentation today, I will try and address some of the common questions that are asked of us. I will also share some of the key observations from SIDRAC's cases that I think are likely to remain relevant regardless of the times we live in, be it in the current, new, or next normal. Next slide, please. On that note, let's start at the very beginning. What is SIDRAC and what do we do? SIDRAC is an independent and impartial dispute resolution center established by the Securities Commission Malaysia. We were officially launched a little more than 10 years ago to handle monetary disputes between retail investors and financial service providers who are SIDRAC members. Our services are free for retail investors with monetary claims that are below 250,000, while a reasonable fee is charged for retail investors with monetary claims that are above 250,000. Before retail investors can file a claim with SIDRAC, however, they must first file a claim directly with their financial service provider. Why is this necessary? The reason, it is to provide an opportunity for retail investors and their financial service providers to come together to try and resolve the dispute among themselves first. Through this exercise, it is hoped that both parties will understand each other's perspectives better, foster better relationships, and smoothen future dealings between them. Next slide, please. I had mentioned earlier that SIDRAC handles claims between retail investors and financial service providers who are SIDRAC members. So who are SIDRAC members? SIDRAC members include banks and Islamic banks, fund management companies, stockbroking companies, unit trust management companies, and private retirement scheme providers and distributors. We currently have 193 members. You may find the full list of members on our website. A frequently asked question is whether SIDRAC can handle monetary disputes against an individual or entity that is not a SIDRAC member. Unfortunately, the answer is no. We can only handle investment-related monetary disputes involving one of our members. This is why it is so important for retail investors to deal with licensed financial service providers. Your interest as an investor is far better protected that way. You are also less likely to fall prey to a scam. Next slide, please. Apart from being able to handle monetary claims that involves a SIDRAC member, SIDRAC is also only able to handle claims involving certain capital market products and services. This includes shares, unit trusts, derivative products such as structured products, and private retirement schemes. What SIDRAC can or cannot handle may sound a bit technical, but let me assure you that we are here to help. As such, I would like to stress that any individual investor who believes that he or she has an investment-related monetary dispute with their financial service provider, to please feel free to contact us to find out if we may be of assistance to you. Next 2 slides, please. So how does SIDRAC assist in resolving monetary claims between retail investors and SIDRAC members? I will not go into the details here today, but instead would like to invite you to visit our booth at the exhibition hall and have a chat with one of our representatives who will be more than glad to assist you. However, just broadly, SIDRAC provides 3 types of services: case management, mediation, and adjudication. Case management is handled by SIDRAC's in-house case managers. Currently, we have 1 head of dispute resolution and 5 case managers. The majority of our case managers are certified mediators. Mediation and adjudication are handled by SIDRAC's panel of mediators and adjudicators. Despite our services being free of charge for monetary claims below 250,000, the panel actually comprises of very senior practitioners in both the legal field and the capital market. At mediation, the parties meet with the mediator present. Any settlement reached between the parties are fully voluntary. The matter will proceed to adjudication if mediation is unsuccessful. At adjudication, there will be an adjudication present who will hear the case and will make a final decision on the matter. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. More than 90% of SIDRAC's cases are settled at case management and mediation. This means that the majority of our disputes have been resolved through both parties coming together and hearing each other out instead of their dispute being resolved through a SIDRAC panel member deciding on the case. Next 2 slide, please. So what types of cases does SIDRAC typically handle? We categorize our cases in 3 broad categories: market conduct, service standards, and members' practices and policies. As the topic of this session is on scams, I will focus on market conduct related cases that we handle. Market conduct cases involve fraud, defalcation or misappropriation, mis-selling, and unauthorized transactions. Next slide, please. Since its inception and up until 2016, we saw a rise in market conduct related cases. In recent years, however, market conduct related cases among SIDRAC members have fallen over time. I would like to pause here for a moment and contrast this downtrend in market conduct related cases that we received at SIDRAC in the recent years and the parallel trend of scams being on a rise of late. At the SE's InvestSmart conference, the SE chairman alerted us that the SE had received more than 2,000 complaints and inquiries on financial scams between January and September this year. This more than doubles the numbers of previous years. These financial scams typically involve unlicensed persons or entities, promise high returns with little or no risk at all, are promoted over chat groups and social media accounts, and require payments to be made to new bank accounts. The 2 contrasting trends stress the importance for retail investors to deal with licensed financial service providers. This is not to say that you will not fall prey to a fraud or scam if you deal with a licensed financial service provider, but you may have recourse should you find yourself in the unfortunate circumstance of being a victim. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the breakdown of market conduct related cases that SIDRAC has handled since its inception. The majority of cases involve around sales practices, but as you can see, about 30% come from some form of fraud, defalcation, or misappropriation. Next 2 slides, please. So now very quickly, just some key observations from SIDRAC's cases that I think are likely to remain relevant regardless of the times we live in. First, do verify that the financial service provider is registered under or licensed by the relevant authorities. Second, do deposit money directly with your financial service provider and in their authorized account. Do not hand over cash to your remisiers, unit trust consultants, or other agents, or deposit money into their personal accounts. Upon payment, do insist on payment receipt and confirm the statement for details of all transactions effected. For example, contract notes if it's shares, daily statement if it's derivatives, or statement of transactions if it's in relation to a unit trust transaction. Do be alert for red flags relating to fraud or scam. These have been mentioned many times by Koi as well as Salawati, but let me highlight them again. These red flags include aggressive, persuasive tactics, investment sounding too good to be true, being pressured to make a decision, or being given extraordinary expensive gifts. Just remember that no investment returns are guaranteed. Finally, be wary of sharing your bank account, credit card, or online transaction account details with anyone, and be wary of taking on board investment advice or tips promoted through social media channels by unlicensed investment advisors. Next slide, please. So here is how you lodge a claim. You can lodge a claim with SIDRAC. You may go to SIDRAC's website, download a copy of the claim form, and submit the form to info@sidrac.com.my. Someone will definitely be assisting you very quickly. For the next couple of days, you may also have a chat with our representatives at the exhibition hall. Next slide, please. Next slide. You may also call us at 2282-2280 or follow us on social media platform. And with that, I thank you for your time. Back to you, Koi.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shamila. Firstly, in your slides, you also remind all the participants that they should be investing with companies that are registered or licensed by the authorities. And for that also, in order to avail themselves of SIDRAC's assistance in the event of any monetary dispute. Next, we have the third segment where we have Ms. Regina Rahim and Ms. Tung Yiwa to share on their views on investment scams, especially those relating to the unit trust industry. To start the session, this segment, I would like to share on 3 types of investment scams where the money invested does not go towards any real investment because the investment is fake. The agent falsely claims to represent an established investment company. It is real, investment is real, but the money you give to the agent does not go towards that investment. As scams are on the rise and everywhere, it can target you in your home. It is not a matter of if it happens, but when it will happen. So then my first question is to Ms. Regina. Can you share with us the rampant use of emails promoting unauthorized investments and Ponzi investment schemes? Ms. Regina?
Hi.
Hi, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Madam Koi, and thank you, FIMM, for this opportunity to be on this panel. In regards to your question, Madam Koi, I think, one of the key things that we have to be very mindful of is the fact that the level of sophistication of the scams nowadays is extremely sophisticated, and we really need to be very, very aware. What I've seen personally is in regards to, I think the previous speakers had talked about double checking on whether or not the fund house or the investment fund is coming from an authorized or licensed entity. We have seen in the past 2 years, especially since a lot of us are working from home, what they are doing is that there is a replication of a licensed entity's website. So they claim to be actually coming from, so let's say Nomura or any other house. And so, but there are little triggers that you must always double check. And so this is where, it's very, very targeted. So they would actually use the brand name of, let's say, Nomura, but they will have maybe instead of .com.my, they might just say .co or .asia. So it gives that sense of credibility. But I think the key thing to always look out for is the fact that the kind of returns that they're promising. So that would be one way of looking at it. But another targeted email scam that we're also looking at, apart from the replication of a website, is that an email will be sent to a particular person, and it's usually purported to be either a known person or a senior person. So let's say if I'm a manager in a company, I will get an email from purportedly a boss from overseas asking me to do something to transfer the money, knowing full well that I've got authority to actually do the transfer, and so therefore, but you will always see that the mode is always that time is of the essence, right? So they want you to act very, very fast. So they're not going to give you time to think, and they always say, okay, this is a secret or whatever, but you don't need to verify with someone else. You need to execute this, and you need to execute this now. So chances are those email addresses has been replicated or hacked. But sometimes when you reply to that email, the true email will come out. So even though the normal email would have been like xyz@nomura.com or whatever, but when you reply, it suddenly goes somewhere else. Then you know that technically this is not correct. So that's one of the key things that you have to be very careful for. I have also heard and known that, payments are processed because you would have thought that it's coming from a client asking for a redemption, for an example. But the key thing is to see whether or not it's an authorized signatory that's actually sent that request, and also where is that money going to. So if there's a sudden request to say that, they have to send that monies to a third party account, that's also another trigger, right? And then going to your question about Ponzi schemes, I think what we are seeing of late in the market is targeting, especially for the high net worth individuals, agricultural funds, right? And now obviously we've got a lot of ESG related funds being marketed and all that. So it actually does play in terms of that thematic thing. But what's really interesting is that also these agricultural funds, I've seen lemongrass, I have seen mangoes, I have seen all sorts of things. But I think the key thing that you will always see is that there's always the modus operandi will be the fact that they will ask for, quite a high number of, a minimum investment amount. So it's maybe between 100,000 to $1 million. And there is a lock-in period. So you have to be very, they will say that, oh, you can't go anywhere. You have to lock in for a minimum one year. And then you actually get income distribution every quarter. So then you get that false sense of security, thinking, okay, I've made money. So even though the returns are, some of you might say it's not that high, it's not 400%, but it's 20 to 40% in a year, or even more in a year. So a lot of people, and because just like Salawati had started the session by saying, do you want to get rich? Do you want to get rich quick? And do you want to find ways to get rich faster, right? So it plays to emotions of the potential investor. So that's where then people will come in. So a Ponzi scheme, it might not look so obvious, but basically because you have been receiving some form of income distribution for maybe 3 or 4 quarters, then you start talking to your friends and say, oh, I've already made 40% this year, come in. So those who would have come in early, you would have made money, and then you're thinking, okay, I'm safe. But then you've got your friends start having coming in, and then that's when the issue comes in, because they're taking the monies from the later investors to come in, and then they pay you, right? So that's the whole issue with Ponzi schemes. So because sooner or later they're going to run out of monies to pay out. So the key thing for me is always to always question. So, and then always ask for the business model or the business plans of the underlying investment scheme. Because if the salesperson is unable to give you much color or clarity, then you know already that it's especially if it's a hard sell, and they always say that time's running out, you've got to do it, and you got to do it now. Then you know that you've got to ask more questions. Thanks.
Thanks, Regina. My next question is for Mr. Chung. What are the other methods of investment scams out there? Can you share with us?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Madam Koi. Thanks, FIMM. There's actually a lot of investment scams that's going on. I mean, the more obvious one is you get cold calls from people you don't know, promising you high returns. Social medias, you have people befriending you on Facebook. What is probably worse are all the dating apps. So you probably have handsome men, pretty girls befriending you, and before you know it, you get caught in a scam. Then you get all your private messages through your WhatsApp, promising very good return, right? So those, I think to a certain extent, most of us are aware, and we probably put some kind of caution when it comes to all those things, right? I think what is a little bit more difficult to defend against is like what Regina pointed out on the Ponzi scheme, i.e., because Ponzi scheme works in such a way that, it's through referrals, for example, right? So imagine if your cousin, your uncle comes and say, hey, why don't you invest in this scheme? And I have invested in it and I get return of 10% every month, right? Wouldn't you believe it? And before you know it, the whole family pool their money together because there's evidence that they actually get the money in, right? And as far as Ponzi scheme works, right, it does work as long as the underlying product makes money, right? So let's say, for example, I think the biggest example is in Malaysia is probably the Genoa gold scam, right? Yes. Between 2002 until 2011, gold prices went up from less than $300 per ounce to $1,800 per ounce, right? So because of that, it makes sense that, if you invest in it, the prices keep going up, people don't mind because you actually get the return, right? Even though, as long as you don't ask for the money back, right? All these scams fail is when the underlying product, let's say the Geneva gold case in 2011, when gold prices starts to stabilize, right? And people starts to want their money, then that's where the problem comes, right? So this all becomes a big issue, especially through this referral. And to add on to Regina's point again is, nowadays investment scam doesn't have to be small size, right? I have heard of, say, Musang King investments, right? You pay 350 ringgit in 66 days, they pay you back 500. Okay, you pay 1,500 ringgit, you invest 1,500 ringgit in 66 days, they pay you 9,000 ringgit, right? So the underlying product is always something that is always in value. So for example, Bitcoin, gold, Musang King, agar wood, stuff like that. Yeah. So generally it comes back to the same premise that all of us spoke about earlier, like when the investment seems to promise you very good return in very short time, guaranteed return, and regular payment, right? Then everyone just have to be on their toes and be cautious about that kind of investments.
Iwan, that's all, is it, from you?
Yes, yeah.
Question. Oh, Ponzi schemes reminds me of newspaper advertisements a few years ago. I don't see them now. Inviting people to invest in certain land, growing certain trees, and the marketing point is you will get returns higher than your FD rate. And in this case, the the growing trees. But in my mind, the trees need to grow first before they can have produced. And if that's the case, between now and the production of the oil from these trees, how is it that this company can give returns to the customers from the very beginning? So like what Ms. Regina mentioned, is Ponzi. It is the new investors' money is used to pay off the earlier investors. So I hope that has not continued to operate. The next question I have is for both of you, Regina and Iwa. Investors are advised that investing in unit trust is for the long term. But there is an investor who found that the value of her investments has decreased alarmingly to 50% of her initial investment amount. What should she do? Hold on to the investment or sell the investment? What would you advise her, Regina?
I think it all boils down to the risk appetite of the investor, yeah? So 50% to most of us would be very alarming. But if you're on a high risk spectrum, then 50% might be actually very palatable. So the question that needs to be asked is, before the investor was actually onboarded, was there a proper risk assessment? And I think that's very, very key, because a lot of salespeople tend to just focus on the returns, and obviously it's past performance as well. So if you take 2020, for instance, everyone's going to say that, you're going to get double-digit returns and stuff like that. But if you look at the KLCI performance in the last few years and taking out 2020, you'll see that you're not going to have made much money, right? Especially after fees and charges. So it's always very important for you to assess the potential investors' risks first. So 50%, if you're talking about going into something like, cryptocurrencies, 50%, that can happen like within a week, right? But you can also be making, 800% if you had come in 2017, for instance. So it's all relative. So it always boils down to the onboarding process. And, investors need to also ask, if the salesperson is not asking them the right questions, they need to ask whether or not they're willing to take a loss. And usually most people don't like the idea of losing 50% of their money at any point in time. So the question is also, the thing is, they need to understand that product really, really well, because if it's 50%, and it's something that is a good investment, that would be, it's just in regards to climate change or something like that has caused the performance to take a downturn. But if they are long-term investors, then that 50% should be smoothened out, right? So it's not such a black and white answer. It really depends on the underlying investments first, as well as the appetite of the investor. I would not say immediately exit, because for some, there might be a cost to exiting as well.
Regina, you see, most investors, to attract their attention to invest in unit trusts, you just mentioned that potential return of 8%. They can remember that part, and the rest of it, they don't bother. So in this case, actually, after 50% loss, it went on for another 35% loss. This is the investment in unit trust. But I suppose it's also involving the case where it's an orphan investor. The consultant is no longer there. She doesn't know what to do, where to go. She should then call up the company, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I think it also applies to investment-linked products for insurance. So you need to always, I think with any investment, you need to be consistently checking on your investments. It cannot be a case where you come in at one period and then 5 years later before you check, because that's also because then your potential salesperson would also target you, knowing you that you're not going to check on your investments. So that could also make you to be a potential prey. So yes, definitely call back the investment house. So which is why I always say, you need to see what the client onboarding process is, but there's also client servicing, right? So if you're not getting serviced by the salesperson because they've left, the beauty of going with an investment house is the fact that there will always be someone that's replacing. So if you're not getting notified that your salesperson has left, then technically you should be making that decision to double check on your investments and actually ask questions periodically and actually learn how to read your own client statements. And I think that's another key thing that people forget, right?
Yes. Investors need to keep learning. You cannot learn everything about investment in the unit trust industry after half an hour session or 1 hour session, because you have to build on your knowledge about investing in unit trust. And Mr. Chung, do you have anything to add on about this case?
Is that a real case, Madam Koi? 50% sounds terrible.
That was some years ago. Someone asked me the question.
I see. Well, generally, I think for the audience, if you take a high risk investments like equity, right? And if you compare it over the last 5 years, which I think is a good comparison because in between we have COVID and, obviously everyone see the cycle come down, right? And of course we have rebounded. And I was just doing a quick check the other day in terms of investment return based on the index, right? The funny thing is, right, if you look at Asia Pac, for example, you get an average return of about 11% per year over the last 5 years, right? If you invest in US, the number is even higher, it's about 18%, right? And if you take Malaysia, right? Malaysia obviously did not do very well for the last 8 years. So Malaysia still give you a return of close to 3% per year, okay, which is not very good when you talk about investment, but it's still not a negative return. So when you have return of minus 50%, right? As an investor, I think the first thing you should actually do is know what you are investing, right? Because generally, if you invest in a proper portfolio that's well diversified, in most cases, you don't lose 50%, right? So when you lose 50%, it tends to be something that's very focused, very narrow. Like, for example, if you invest in Bitcoin, you could lose 50%. But normally over the long run, if the product has good fundamental value, you actually should see a return. So whether you should then divest of, I think the first thing the investor has to do is if he or she can compare to similar product like they invested in, right? And see what kind of return. Say, for example, if the return is down 50%, but similar product is up 10%, right? On average. So obviously there is a management issue in that product. So that's something that they should look at. And if it's really a management issue, as in investment management of that fund is very bad, then I guess the answer is a no-brainer. Maybe they should look for something else, right? And I also second the point that Regina pointed out, that as an investors, you need to know how much risk you are willing to tolerate, right? So a responsible asset management company is now guided by Securities Commission that, we need to know what is the client's risk appetite before we can take the client on. So to answer your question, it's not as easy as just saying, oh, that's a bad investment, but there's a lot more that needs to be done.
That brings us to the point where the investor must continuously monitor his or her investments. And earlier the session earlier session mentioned that consultants must keep close to their investors. The same way, investors also must keep close to their consultants. Especially, I find consultants promoting and marketing unit trusts in the rural areas. They must remember their role. They are the leader, the king, the one who knows everything, the one I meant in the village. So the people there want to invest, and they look up to these consultants for their guidance. So you should play your role to help these people to invest in unit trust industry. Now, recently, I'm sure many of you have seen this WhatsApp message going around involving criminal breach of trust cases. FDs and the police are seen to be calling depositors to check on their FDs with the bankers concerned. Should investors check with their company regarding the investments, not only the consultant, but I think you have got access lines for the investors to call the companies directly, isn't it, Mr. Chung?
Yes, we do. Okay, so for, I think in this case, when there's any doubt, right? So companies like M Invest, we feel highly responsible for the money that we manage, and we believe that we have a duty of care to investors. So anytime that investors has any issue with their investments, right? Obviously, their first port of call is to get their consultants, failing which, if they think there's something not right with their investments, they should always call us. So for example, if you go into our website, minvestment.com, you will see for contact us. When you go to contact us, there's actually another ticker that you can actually click, right? And it says dispute. So we line up very clearly in the event if you think there's a problem with your investments, right? And you click that, we detail in properly what you should do. And this is where CDRAC and FIMM comes in. We actually detail and tell the investors what they can do and who they can actually complain to if we, as an asset management house, fails to resolve their issues in a reasonable manner. So the first thing that after talking to us and they feel that we are unable to resolve the problem, then they should obviously contact CDRAC, right? Lodge a complaint with CDRAC. Then they can also lodge a complaint with FIMM. Okay? And if they want, they can also lodge another complaint with Securities Commission. So these are some of the things that investors can do, right? And maybe just to give a bit more colors to investors, right? Anytime if you have a problem with your investments with the unit trust, when you contact CDRAC, you contact FIMM, or you contact SC, okay, and when the regulators comes back to us as an asset manager, and I think Regina will agree with me. I hope you agree with me on this. It becomes a very big issue for all the asset managers' house, because each time Securities Commission calls us, immediately the whole matter gets escalated, not only to our EXCO, which is the executive management, right? It also gets escalated to our investment risk, operational risk forum. We get escalated to compliance, and they get escalated to audit committee, investment committee, and in return, all the way up to the board of directors, right? So this is a very big thing, especially for investors, that, why you should actually buy from regulated asset managers,
Yes.
right? Because the protection is there, that, Securities Commission deem and makes it fit that, all the investment control compliance are all in place in all the asset managers in Malaysia, so that, we cannot suka close shop and disappear tomorrow. Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah.
I also want to share with the participants here that in the event there is a complaint to FIMM and the complainant is qualified for assistance by CDRAC, that matter is also referred to CDRAC. Yeah, and then the complainant is informed. So before we move on, Mr. Chung, can you quickly share with us what are the other warning signs of investment scams that the participants here must watch out for?
Okay, I think the gist of investment scams is quite simple. I think all of us have spoken about it, which is high return in a very short time, right? Regular dividend payment or regular income, right? And the third one is guaranteed return, right? So once you have a variation of all these three, right, then you should actually have to be careful, right? Then the next one is it always play on your emotion, like what Regina mentioned, right? Our desire to make good money. And obviously, this is not help when we always have friends telling us, "Hey, I invested in Bitcoin and now I'm making 5 times over," or "I invested in Top Glove and it makes 5 times." Well, prior to this, obviously, right? So we always have this desire to make good money, and that's reinforced by friends telling you stories about that. Right. So you need to be cautious. You need not to be pressurized into making investments, because that's the other thing, which is it's always time sensitive. If you don't invest now, you will lose the opportunity. Okay? So this is another very classic scheme, right? So the third one is like what Puan Shamila and Puan Salawati has pointed out, which is to make sure that go through all the websites, especially from the regulators, to make sure that the websites that you are looking at is a proper website. But one thing that I also want to add to that is there's also something called a Google Transparency Report, right? So if you type Google Transparency Report, right, and you type in the website that you wanted to go, Google actually does have an algorithm that tells you whether that is a proper website. So that's another way for you to check as well. Yeah.
I also want to share with the participants. I was so surprised that I was notified on my phone when I had 2 missed calls that it is a potential fraud. So sure enough, when I Googled it, it was an alert from the police. I don't know how that works. I didn't pay for that service, but it was indicated that potential fraud. So that helps me, isn't it? Now that will bring us nicely into our Q&A session. I have a number of questions here. And the first one I want to cover is, will the authority take action after the victim has made official report? As far as I know, there is no action from the authority. I think Salawati, you can take this question.
Okay, thank you for the question. I think the question is quite general, which regulator that you are looking at, but I can probably share about how FIMM looks at all the complaint cases. I think it's a matter of time. Because we need time to investigate, we need time to reach out to the relevant parties, including the companies. There are times where we try to reach out the complainant doesn't give cooperation. They don't have any supporting documents for us to go through. Also, we have to reach out, to be fair, to the alleged person to find out their side of story, because for us, we cannot take sides. We have to be fair in making our judgment. So just rest assured that whatever complaints that come to FIMM, it will be investigated, it will be dealt with, and you will hear from us. But the only thing is a matter of time. But if the complaint comes at the onset, we surely are going to acknowledge your complaint. So that means we are looking into that. Only when you don't get our acknowledgement, then perhaps you can say that probably we don't take action. But certainly, if we have already acknowledged, we are taking action on that. So, and you can see from our website, the number of consultants that we have taken action on. So just to share, in 2020, I think we took 20 reprimand actions against 20 consultants. So these are all reported in our annual report anyway. Thank you.
The complainant also is encouraged to follow up. If you don't have response, you can always follow up. You can call, talk to some officers in FIMM. The next question is still for FIMM, for Salawati. Can an UTC or agent report to FIMM another UTC or agent selling unauthorized financial products? If so, what channel is available?
We don't limit in terms of who can report or who can't report. We do have instance where another consultant give us tips or complain about another consultant for their misbehavior, and there were actions taken on that particular consultant. So as I said, we don't make a distinction in terms of who report. Whatever that comes in, we will evaluate on the merits of the complaint and the supporting documents that are on the complaint itself. So yes, do that. You can also be our tipper for us to make the industry a better place.
The next question is for Ms. Regina. How do you tell apart a private equity investment scheme from a Ponzi scheme?
Well, that's a tough one. But whatever it is, if it's a private equity scheme, a proper one, it will definitely, there will be a proper entity. And I think the key thing here in Malaysia, which I'm seeing, is that a lot of this, dodgy scams actually purport to be licensed by the CCM, the Suruhanjaya, the Companies Commission of Malaysia. And then another way of also trying to get to you is by claiming to be Sharia compliant. So they'll have a Sharia compliant advisor signing off or something like that. So unless you actually call the Sharia advisor, a lot of people will take it at face value, right? So in regards to a proper a Ponzi scheme and a proper private equity entity, is that a private equity entity would be regulated, so by the Securities Commission as well. So you don't have to worry about that. So as long as it's actually regulated by the Securities Commission, and then you've got all the other regulators involved, then it is actually proper. Just because it's been set up by the CCM doesn't mean that entity actually has the authority to actually take monies from you. So I think that's very, very key, because just because that entity has a name, the Sdn Bhd might have a name that says asset management or whatever, doesn't necessarily equate to that entity actually being able to actually take the money. And that money should also be in a trust account. So whenever you make an investment, I think the key thing is also to check on the bank account name. If there's no trust account there as well, you might want to double check as to why, because the guidelines would be very, very specific that you've got to have it in a trust account, which means that there will be a trustee involved in taking your monies. Thank you.
The next question is for Mr. Chung. How can we deal with UTCs during this pandemic? I don't think they want to meet with the agent at this moment. Can all transactions be conducted online?
I don't quite understand the question, Madam Koi.
Your unit trust consultants, are they interacting with potential investors or investors online rather than seeing them face to face?
Okay. Generally, I think the whole industry follows the government's directive or SOP. Of course, some asset managers are more conservative when it comes to the SOP in terms of meeting clients. Okay? But generally, when it comes to the SOP in terms of meeting clients, right? Whether you meet the consultant online or meet face-to-face, I don't think it's an issue in terms of the transaction or in terms of investing. The only thing that I would caution is that sometimes people will say two things. One is you might have to pay for digital signatures, which some people might not be keen, right? So the flip side to it is, I think some consultants, which is probably not so common nowadays, is they actually ask some of the investors to pre-sign forms so that it's easy for them to do transaction, right? Again, I reiterate, please do not do that. Do not pre-sign any forms until you are certain you want to do it. Because once you pre-sign certain forms, sometimes you don't know what the consultants or your advisors is going to do with your investments.
I suppose sometimes consultants find it difficult to get the investor's time, especially an investor who is working, an executive. So to avoid that, or the investor is working abroad, and when they see them, they will ask for many forms to be signed or thumb printed. But that is also to be avoided because it is not so safe. Yeah. Now I have another question. Is from all the questions are anonymous, I think. Will FIMM or SC set up a cybersecurity team, as lately there are many scams involving licensed intermediary being hacked or websites replicated? Salawati.
I was hoping that you don't call me out, Madam Clyde, on this question. Okay, so if you look at our role as an SRO, we are, the scope that we are looking at is regulating unit trust and private retirement scheme. So cyber security, I would think that is a bit much bigger picture. And, you know, if you compare that with the scope that we are responsible for, so I would think that SC, even at the SC side, they would have something on this, and even MCMC, they work closely on that. They collaborate closely with MCMC looking at all this. So I think we are trying to minimize in terms of an overlapping of oversight. So if you look at cybersecurities, it would fall under MCMC and per se. So let's not get everyone to be just looking at one area. Let's diversify so that we hope that we focus on various areas that we need to look on, and we support each other and complement the work that we do with other regulators.
Yes. Next question still for you, Salawati. Scams are active on social media using influencers, etc. What is the role of FIMM or SC doing in monitoring this development?
Okay, so I think it was also a question that was posed earlier on. Just to reiterate the point, in FIMM, we do have a unit that looks at the social media, but there's so many postings out there. We use crawlers to sift through all the messages, posting that were done. Of course, those that are regulated by us, I think as what we have said earlier on, we are only looking at whoever that is registered with us. So we just make sure that those people do not post any malice, information about the product, whether they misrepresent, or whether there's someone who actually, they fake their identity and to say that they are consultant. So these are the areas that we already look at. I think even tomorrow there's a section on social media surveillance as well that we have embarked on. And also the areas that we have discovered for the last 1.5 years. So I think probably is a session, you may want to post another question during that session as well. So, but just yes, we do surveillance on social media.
Thank you, Wati. Now we have a question for Shamila. Is there a fee for the services offered by CDRAC for investors?
So no, but it really depends on the amount of claims. So if the monetary claim is below 250,000, our services are free for the investors. If the monetary claim is above 250,000, there is a reasonable charge.
Okay, that is fair. Now the next question goes back to Wati. If we see suspicious activity or scam made online, how could we report this to FIMM?
So I've shared a link on FIMM in terms of the unauthorized, where you can verify the checks. You can also go to our website, which I've already shared in terms of what our website address is. So you can go there, you can lodge a complaint in there, or you can even, as what was mentioned earlier on in the earlier session, you can go to info.com.my.
This question, let's see any of the panelists want to take this up. In the event of a scam, from experience, will we ever get our money back after we report and investigations are conducted? Mr. Chung, you want to give it a try? Or is it Regina? Regina?
Yeah, actually, I was going to say that I think as long as you've got the necessary receipts and all that, and I think if the authorities are able to make a case, then I think then you might have some chance of getting back. But, I think the key thing is, a lot of the scams out there are unlicensed, unauthorized. So even though we do have FIMM and SIDREC, I think the key thing here that most people, the participants here that should know is, I would advise that you should always invest in unit trusts or regulated investment funds, because once it's outside that ambit and it's not regulated, that's where if you lose money, it's going to be very, very difficult. And, to make a case, even if there's a police report done, the chances of actually getting, that case being brought to fruition is going to take a very, very long time.
And also these unauthorized investment operators do not keep proper records. They take your money, they stuff it somewhere. You remember Pakman Fellow, those days? His whole house was full of cash, but he doesn't keep records. Just memory. He remembers who has invested and who has not. But upon investigation by the police, how do you prove that you have invested?
Yeah.
So bear that in mind.
Yeah. If I may add, Madam,
yes.
If we take the Geneva case,
yes.
scam as an example, right? The authority, Bank Negara, took them to court in 2012. Okay. The decision came, I think, they went to the Court of Appeal High Court, came decision in 2020. So in total, it took them 8 years to find them guilty. Okay. And the court decided to fine Geneva about 450 million ringgit. Okay. On the return back to investors, generally the court says that the investors will have to sue the company on a civil case because it wasn't a regulated investments, right? Yes. So you can basically pick your pick that, there's probably about estimate of 35 to 50,000 investors. Okay. So offhand, two things. One is the amount of time you're going to recover your investment is going to be very, very long. And number two, if the scammer is worth their salt, I don't think you'll be getting back any of your money. Or even if you're getting, it's going to be very little.
For your civil suit, you need to expend money to recover bad money.
Yes.
If I can just add, there was a case back in 2006. This is about Swiss cash. So it was a Swiss cash saga in the past, which action was taken by the SC. So from there, basically, I think the losses was hundreds of millions, but they only managed to get about 31 million settlement. There were 29,000 or close to 30,000 who claimed for that amount, but only 19,000 or about 20,000 eligible for it. So to answer your question on whether you get the amount, potentially depending on whether, one, were you actively involved in recruiting or in promoting the scam.
And making money out of it too.
Correct. Commission. So if you are, chances are you may not be eligible. Two is chances of you getting the whole sum is quite slim. So in
Yes.
this case, it's probably what, 70% or even less than that. Thank you.
One final question, I must not leave out this last question. Is there any website or regulators for us to cross-check regarding the validity or licensing for any private equity? Iwa, you want to answer this question?
Unfortunately, I'm not aware of any websites that
On
we can
private
use to check
equity, yeah?
private equity. Yeah, terribly
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't think there's one also. All right, that brings us to the close of our Q&A. Now, the rest of the time is for each panelist to share with us their final takeaway from this session. Can I start with Shamila?
Okay, sure, quite. So I just have two part of the key takeaways from today's session. I would say number one is, yes, the onboarding of investors into an investment product is very important. So please, my advice to retail investors out there is to really sit through with your consultant in terms of your investment suitability assessment, because if you do have a claim with against your capital market intermediary and you file it with SUDREC, that is something that we very closely monitor to see whether there is a cause of action. The second one is, of course, can't stress this enough, probably to the point of nagging. Please, when you're investing, go with a registered entity and licensed entity. Yeah.
Yes, that's sound advice. Wati, next, please.
Okay, so for all of you who attended today, please be our agent to spread the words so that none of us or your loved ones actually fall prey to this scammer. So before I leave this session, let me recite 2 pantun for you, okay? So bukan senang nak jadi kaya, perlu ilmu untuk elak petaka. Janji lumayan, jangan terpedaya, itu semua bohong belaka. Scammer ada setiap masa, jaga desire dan juga emosi supaya tidak menjadi mangsa, duit hilang tanpa terisi. Thank you, and back to you, Madam.
Thank you, Wati. That was nice. Regina, please.
My takeaways is, yes, definitely, like I mentioned earlier, you've got to go with the registered operators, because they've got the whole infrastructure here to safeguard your monies. You either have the SC, the FIMM or SIDREC, and then of course from the banking side you've also got Bank Negara. So that's the key thing. And then always don't be in a rush to make lots of money quickly. So I think you need to forget about the emotions and actually put on your rational hat on and actually really ask the right questions. And also take time to go through the SC website, because actually it's got a lot of information there. It also lists the list of products that's actually been approved. So there's a lot of resources, and it's Google is actually a fantastic way of double checking that information that has been given to you. Thank you.
Yes, Iwa, the last panelist.
Well, if I think the takeaway for me is that it's very difficult to make money, and it's very easy to spend or lose money, especially through investment scams. Right? So my takeaway for this is really, whether you like it or not as an investor, you really need to do your homework. You need to do your monitoring of your investments, because in most cases, nobody is going to take care of you except yourself.
Correct. Yes. I have been a long-term investor in the unit trust industry since the 80s. That's how old I am, and continue to do so after my retirement from full-time employment. I trust the participants here will also become happy and satisfied like me to invest in unit trusts. And for this session, I hope that this session has prepared you to respond, to invest productively, profitably tomorrow and beyond. And finally, I would like to thank the panelists, Puan Salawati Mustafa, Ms. Shamila Sharma, Ms. Regina Rahim, Mr. Chung Yiwa, for sharing their valuable insights on investment scams and fraud. Thank you very much, everyone, for spending time with us in this session. I trust you have enjoyed and benefited from participating in this session. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care and goodbye.
Thank you.
Hey guys, it's me again, your game master. It's that hour of the day again for us to compete for some freebies. And we have 2 activities for you. This time it's going to be the pop quiz yet again. And we also have the continuation of our ongoing Champions League game. Now, just to reiterate the points to you that I've always been saying all this while, in order to play the Champions League, you have to already be qualified, whereas everyone else is invited to participate in the pop quiz. However, if you're already playing in the Champions League, you cannot also play in the pop quiz. That being said, just a reminder, we do have an ongoing lucky draw going on. Everyone, regardless of whether you're playing in the pop quiz or the Champions League or none at all, is encouraged to please participate in the lucky draw. If you're lucky enough, you answer all the questions and your name is drawn from the pot, you will take home one of 2 new iPads. We highly encourage you to participate, so please, please, please go ahead and do that before our deadline. Winners to the lucky draw will be announced tomorrow. That being said, I'm going to quickly move to the first activity for the day, which is the pop quiz. If you've already participated earlier today, you know how it goes. For those of you who are new to this, all you have to do is go to our event platform, look for the Kahoot link, click on that, key in your existing email address, and start playing. Those with the highest scores at the end of the day wins. We're actually awarding a new smartwatch to the winner of this game. So good luck to you guys, okay? I could use a new smartwatch for sure. That being said, I better not ramble on. Let us now move on to the games. Good luck, everyone.
Okay, so for those that have gotten fantastic prizes during the pop quiz, congratulations. There's still one more day. Of course, the lucky draw tomorrow that will see a few of you win iPad and a few other fantastic prizes. But for now, that is the end of day 4 of FIMM's annual conference, or FIMMAC 2021 annual conference. And of course, there's one final day that we have to think about, which is, of course, the do's and the don'ts when it comes to the world of investing. We're going to be talking about tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the marketing distribution activities on social media, and of course, that big topic of loan financing, whether or not it makes sense for you to borrow to invest. That is going to be the big topic that will cap the entire FIMMAC conversation over the next 5 days. Till then, thanks very much for attending this conference. We'll see you same time tomorrow at 9 o'clock on this platform. Until then, thank you very much and have a good day.